Hello everybody, we're just setting up here. We're waiting on a player. We should be starting soon. This is Lucky Hero from the Second Breath crew. Enjoy the lovely loading screen. Hopefully it's coming through okay. If not, just let us know. I'm going to go away from Mike so I can talk to the other people and set up for the show. Exciting stuff. See you soon. No. Yeah. No.
Let me shut my closet real quick.
Yeah. Hey, folks. Just doing the, like, getting the windows in the boxes. I haven't worked out how to do that, like, pre-screen. Okay, now we're looping sound. Let's stop that. Oh, no! Where's that coming from? Oh, please, Twitch. I had a Twitch window open. Okay, folks. Shulk as a... Oh, there he is. What? Why are these all off? Okay. No. Oh. Okay, I'm very tired today, folks. That's your spoiler alert. But you can have some music. You can see. Oh, that's why Cheshire isn't like displaying his video, and neither is El Kavash.
Nope, we all are.
Are you? Oh, let me. Oh. Why? Let me see if I can just. Is that encouraging? No. Oh yeah. Now Elks is coming up.
I'll refresh the page.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, there we go! I mean... Okay. Somebody has really poorly labelled these descriptions, folks. How is everybody doing, though? Are we looking forward to this session? I am. We're getting to, like... Yay! Yeah, I'm never going to say your name right. Abel? Hey, Olo? You're still around? Right. How do I get my... Oh. Yes! What's this? Is this affected by this? If I move this around?
Let's get ready to role play!
Okay. We're just waiting.
Of course, would go live right as I do that.
We're already live, Ballerino.
Yeah, but there was no video yet.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're gonna call this Plucky Capture. Plucky Webcam Capture, folks. Make source visible. Okay. Oh, there we go! That's good. Yeah. Make this match. Gosh. Send this to the back. Production value, folks! Production value. Oh, how do I do this? Move to the bottom. Oh, gosh. No. Move up. I was just looking at... So disapproving of me, I feel. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yay! We did it, Reddit! Somehow, someplace. Let's get these boxes a little bit more neater. That's yeah. No, Zix. I need to find you, Zix. Where are you? It's like playing Find the Lady. There we are.
Lost and afraid.
Okay. You got some bleed into my window, but I don't mind, buddy. Actually, if I send you back. Move down.
Nobody puts Cheshire in a corner.
So in this scenario, which one of us is Patrick Swayze?
That's a wonderful question.
Was push to talk okay last week, guys? Was that better for you guys so you're not hearing so much background noise from me?
Yes? I can't really remember, to be honest, dude. I'm afraid.
I had no issues.
Worked for me.
Yeah, I think there's something to work.
And everyone should be happy to hear there's no screaming death bird today.
Oh,
Yay!
Wait, is
you
it
want-
okay, or did you just...
Oh yeah, no, it's not my bird. I was sitting for my folks.
Bird sitting, love it. Nice.
Did they survive?
I successfully killed no pets.
That's amazing. So, has anybody else spent their experience? Because I'm gonna splash out now, folks. On at least 2 charms.
Yep.
I've been buying charms left and right, but I'm saving up that solar experience.
Cool. Okay then, I'm just gonna add these charms to the sheet. Do you want to know what I went for, Elk?
I'm in for a surprise. No, tell me. Go for it.
8. So I'm gonna spend 8 of that lovely experience to buy surprise anticipation method.
No ambushing Ash.
No ambushing. Yeah, like I just feel like we've been in lots of tense situations where I'm like, any minute now, surprise is going to be sprung. So I just figured, you know what? Why not? Why not prepare?
I'm just imagining Ash just always like a parrot, just.
I mean, he's pretty. He's like he pretends he's not paying attention. Like
One moment.
Talk to the hand. Love it. And the other one is spirit detecting glance, guys and girls. So we're going to be detecting those spirits at a glance.
Nice. I happen to pick up a couple of dodge charms.
Nice.
Just because in the event we get into a fight, I'm just going to dance out of the way. And I need to be better at doing that.
Funny story. I'm gonna try and push us into a fight today.
Oh gosh, I should probably pick up some melee charms. Folks, we may be spontaneously meleeing it up at some point. Depending on when the break is. Spirit detecting. Oh, this song, folks. What about this song? Free motes. And what's that page? 354, folks! That's the ticket.
So yeah, funny story. I went to the beach over the weekend, since it, was a holiday here in the States. So I go to the beach, and I'm laying out, having a good time. Been there a couple of hours, when suddenly the tide comes in.
Oh gosh.
There goes my towel. There goes my clothing.
Oh no.
And let's add my phone to the pile.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, it didn't get washed out to sea. It just, it went for a wash in salt water and sand.
Oh. Was your phone okay?
Electronics.
No. I had to get the phone replaced.
What, do you like my hat? Hey, Belle?
Abel Dig. Is that how it's pronounced?
I've been calling him Abel, so probably better than I've been pronouncing it for the last ever.
Or maybe a Beldig?
Well, we're only half an hour overtime, so
But to be fair,
let's,
most of that, usually it's like technical difficulties.
what, Pluggy?
To be fair, mostly that we're like late because of technical difficulties, but we just were a little bit delayed because we were waiting for our good buddy Etsa. So I feel like it's run a lot more smoother than usual.
Yeah, traffic's a thing.
I think we
Yeah,
all.
I was like that. All I was going to say is that we've got about 3 or 4 minutes before we want to get started. So if anyone has any questions or concerns to talk about.
Nah, nothing so far.
So I picked up Perfect Mirror and Motive Discerning Technique.
Nice.
Ooh.
So now, he'll be able to work out what my motive is, so I'll know what Ash is doing out of character. Yes! What is the actual motivation of the sea, Plucky? Good question.
Whimsy.
Whimsy, sir.
Always an acceptable answer in my book.
Whimsy. What is my motive? I need to feel and I need to mood. That's bad.
Also, if you notice on the bottom along here, that you'll see Second Breath Obsidian Portal. I have recently put up pre-logs in the style of Captain Ash's writing for you to enjoy, and there'll be more on the way. I'm not up to date yet, folks, but we're getting there.
Noise.
So I'm really looking forward to this, like, clash with Yashir, getting into the meat and bones of Etza's story arc of his defiance of Ysir. That's what I'm really hyped for. And for all of you Adori fans, I'm sure I'll be able to get some more sword care service in random locations for you. Alright.
Oh my.
You know. Last time I did it at Noble's dinner table, breakfast table rather. Where else will Captain Ash buff his sword? Find out!
In the middle of a street, in a thunderstorm, at breakfast. Just.
Oh, we've lost Elk. We've lost Elk. Elk down!
Okay, tea leaving, please. Let's go.
Actually, did we ever come up with an episode name for episode 5? I think I'm going to go with The Serpent's Tears. Right. Do Shima Umazai here for another tea leaving special. So the serpents can cry. We found our intrepid captain and his Earthwise companions stuck in a palace of mystery. Lord's Palace, where nothing was actually as it seemed, on the island of Varai. My tea leaves tell me that Cheshire was trying to enthrall the lordship. But will that night meeting end in tears, agony, ecstasy? We're not really quite sure what happened that night. You have to ask Cheshire. But it was certainly a performance that perhaps may not be forget. Actually, has anybody noticed something really odd about this island? I mean, Etza wants us all to fight, but nobody's feeling it. And why is everybody getting lost in the Etza? Are you okay? Are you okay there, buddy? Are you stuck in a storage room where all the tapestries are? We found the captain's romance blossoming, even though it's probably clear to everybody that he's not really sure of what her name is. That is the lady. I want to say Fiona, but it's not. It's not Fiona, folks. The tea leaves are telling me that her name is... Any second now, tea leaves. Come on.
Talia.
Talia! Yeah, definitely Talia. See, the little tea and the leaves and everything. What else happened? We found out, thanks to a very spooky interaction with Amber Glow and some examining of fine tapestries, that this island was actually had a mournful tale. The weeping woman's tears from long ago were shed in this land because her lover was taken down by 7 monsters, 5 humanesque beings, and a scorpion. And another beast slayed this woman's lover on this island. Her tears and her, grief at this tragic event seeped into the land, creating an area of tranquility where no violence would touch its shores again. And that is why Varai is under this weird protection. Although I'm not sure we're, quite sold on this. In fact, we're a little bit suspicious that people are being forced into roles. Etza isn't keen on it. Oh no. He wants to get to the bottom of it. And Captain Ash is enjoying the story narrative, that's for sure. I'm sure he's going to write a book or something. After much debate, our intrepid trio decide that we will keep the secret of Varai and the lordship whose memory fades each night and is born anew each day. We'll keep that little secret in exchange for Cheshire's getting patronage. Cheshire's going on tour. We're going on a we're getting caravan supplies. We're on our way to Chia. Well, I'm not. I'm stuck on the ship, folks. And is Talia coming along with us? What's going on? Find out more on the next episode. Sorry, folks, that was a terrible tea leaving. Terrible.
I forgive you.
Oh gosh, I'm so tired, folks. So tired. But the show must go on.
We shall press onward.
Was there anything I missed that was really important for the plot? I feel like weird, mysterious island, under protective of a weird spirit. Cheshire being awesome dance person that enthralls everybody he meets. Etza getting to the heart of the problem and advising us. And Captain Ash did some cookery. That's basically what happened. I think.
Sounds about right. And now we're on our way out of town to circumvent a naval blockade.
Mm-hmm.
One moment.
I have the sneaking suspicion we might be subject to ambush. But not anymore if Ash has any eye for it.
Ash would be like, I smelled you coming, guys. Get showering, get washing.
Certainly hope we're not ambushed. That's my plan. We're biting off my style.
Oh, one thing I'd like to draw attention to, folks, just so you get to know Etza's character a little better. He brought up some ground glass so he could poison people's meals. I mean,
that's it's a fair strategy, but rather telling of the lengths that Sir might go to achieve his goals.
Pretty much any length. He kind of is of the opinion that he's all for natural rights and non-oppression of the people, unless they're people he hates, and then it's totally cool to deny their rights and oppress them.
Wow. And so the cycle of tyranny continues, folks.
Liberty.
Etza, do you your camera's really framed funny, so you're really in the left of the shot? If you move it slightly to there you go, perfect. That's good.
Sorry, I moved my laptop.
I was just imagining
done with our startup chatter. So yes?
Let's get down to business.
Showtime.
Let's do this.
Getting ready to leave. The Circle's able to get together everything they need to move onward to Chia. The trip that they take might be a couple of days. There are a few towns they need to pass through on the way up. But as they get to within a day's journey of Chia itself, it starts to become obvious that they have two choices in front of them. After chatting with the locals and getting a bit of a lay of the land, Etz is able to figure out largely two paths to take from here on. Either they can continue up the main trade road and try to head towards into Chia directly through the main gates, or they can take a pass up through the foothills of the mountains to the north. It would require them to cross the river, part coursing down through the mountain valley, and it's a road known to be occupied by bandits, but it would keep them out of view of the Ysiran blockade. And it's really up to them which way they want to go.
Etzer would advocate taking the mountain path, mostly because he's convinced that these are people of the land and have a tie to it, even if they operate somewhat outside the law right now. They could be convinced to join our cause and help us against the rapacious advancements of Ysir, which will soon encroach on their own territory and threaten their own livelihoods.
You make a convincing argument, Etzer, and I find that the hearts of men, when given true purpose, can do great things. Perhaps we can indeed turn these people away from a hard life and show them the virtues of putting their hearts behind an honest cause.
Talia, she's been very present. Although she seems to have hardened to the prospect of Captain Ash having anything to do with her.
What? Captain Ash is
And
being
instead-
attentive.
And instead seems to have taken up the intentions of Etzer instead. And almost revenging interactions. Clearly, she says Captain Ash has made his intentions known, and he couldn't give two wits one way whether she came or not, so perhaps she will spend her time with someone who knows how to commit to a cause, rather than someone as capricious and varied as the sea, she says.
Talia, you may have me right on being capricious, but I had nothing but pride in your decision. It took amazing bravery to make that decision, and I am forever proud that you made it, and I'm sure we will have great adventures, and I know that your tale has just begun. Whatever you may think of me, I will defend you while we journey together and try and aid you in ways I can.
Oh, good captain, I assure you. I think nothing of you in particular at all.
Savage!
I know, right?
Ow!
I have feelings. Poor Ash. Ash looks a little bit downtrodden at that. Like her venom's found its mark.
Cheshire's, after his sleepless night, taken a nap laying against the back of the cart.
Captain Ash will
So,
stay apprised of the situation, but will begin writing in a fresh journal that you haven't seen before. Or blank pages.
now that the journey has moved on, and Artillery isn't like hanging off of Etzer or being crude or anything like that, just clearly preferring his company to anyone else's. She's become quite a good friend of the Patella, who has quite a few interesting stories to tell about her life in Varai. And the Patella seems to bring out this There's life in her. She's got a stage and people to perform to. People who seem interested in her story rather than someone else's.
I would try and...
So when it comes time to... Sorry.
I was going to say I was going to try and overhear with that because I'm quite curious about her story, if I may.
Yeah. Put me on the spot there. I just meant in general. She's talking about who she was and the things that she wanted to do, and the books that she had read of adventure, and how she has always wanted to journey and go, but has been unable to because courtly duties. And it's this wonderfully tragic tale that is totally reminiscent of something from an adventure book. So Etza seems to have recommended that everyone take the mountain to, as much as it might be more dangerous, it could be more fortuitous gathering of more allies. Is everyone else of the same mind?
I certainly am, despite the savage put-downs that I experienced at the hand of like a lady whose some reason is like I've invoked her fury.
If anyone saw fit to try to wake Cheshire up to get his input, he's just waiting. I don't care. Just pick one. I'm going back to sleep.
I fear he may have had a quite exciting night. Hey, Etza?
Based on the balance on the writ that he was given, I would agree with that statement.
Can you ride at all, Etza?
Oh no, Pelican's not an area that's typically it's not geographically suitable for equestrian arts. There's the occasional donkey. Batbiar is excellent at handling those, but no, that's not something I've ever done.
I mean, I don't know. Like, usually, from what I know about caravans, there's usually like outriders or something to give us advance warning. At the very least, are we in the? We should move to the front carriage if we're not already there. And Ash will take a look out to see which carriage he is in at the moment.
You can be occupying whatever carriage you like.
We're in the front carriage.
It's only three.
Mm-hmm.
So at least we get advance warning.
So the trip is relatively uneventful. The path from the city you end up leaving takes you, as I mentioned, a little northwards up into the... Sorry, one moment. Almost got rid of this cold. Almost.
Thanks for pushing through. You know we appreciate it.
So the paths, as I mentioned, take you up into the foothills. The lands here are wooded. The ground is sort of craggy and rocking, but there has been good paths sort of carved into the landscape here. It's a place that's well travelled, even if it's not the main road. And as the caravan sort of reaches the zenith of this particular day, and the sun beating down from overhead, the sort of banishing the chill from the air from the winter season, they come to a great gorge, you know, dozens of yards across. There's a great big bridge that's been erected here, large logs that have been cut and shaped, all tied together with this twine and vine. Very sturdy. It's designed to take the weight of several carts and horses, such that you could easily drive one of them across at a time without threatening the integrity of the bridge itself. But on the other side of this bridge, as you come to it, is a solitary man who's just standing in the middle of the pathway, leaning against a great bow, sort of his head sort of resting against the top of it, under his hand, and just pressing it down. And there are two other men with great axes standing on either side of the bridge. And when he sees you approach, he sort of seems to perk up, sort of wave you down, and sort of ask you to halt, then come over and discuss with him.
So I have a charm I want to activate called Seasoned Criminal Method, which gives me various sort of perks that I can put on myself, specifically one of which is familiarity, where if someone's a member of some sort of illicit criminal organization, they're going to see me as like a potential member or former client. There's some sort of familiar terms between the two of us, and receptivity, which indicates to them that I am someone who is a wheeler and dealer and willing to deal illicitly with them on some sort of bargain.
That manifests as some kind of intimacy, I assume?
The familiarity one does, yeah. It gives me a minor intimacy that I can play with. So as they start coming towards, I'm going to pull up a wineskin and bellow out, "There you are, my good chums. I've brought you drinks. Let's discuss terms." And then I'm going to start walking jauntily down the bridge towards them. As if this is not some sort of shakedown, but I'm meeting old acquaintances.
I will prod wake Cheshire in case he's not awake, and sort of motion that perhaps we should join Etzer and his friends.
Cheshire just rubs his eyes, picks his head up over the edge of the cart to look at what you're referring to, why it's so important to bother him while he's sleeping. All right, I'll get up. And just kind of starts to roll sideways to the edge and just pick himself up over the edge and roll right off onto his feet.
Nice. Gavinash will stay the book underneath his what's it called? Armpit. Anyway, and then sort of saunter down, not like in any particular hurry, very relaxed, mirroring the sort of attitude that Etzer is displaying.
Seeing you all get down from the cart and start sauntering over to this gentleman, Talia seems to take cue and sort of jumps down herself and sort of just marches across with you.
Oh no!
The man with the bow greets you heartily, sort of, come, good sirs. Nice to see travellers with such a warm and wonderful greeting. Come.
Etzer will take a big swig of wine
as you approach,
and hand it over to him, and to say, not travelers, associates.
Cheshire's just gonna quietly, sleepily approach, just expecting Etzer to do the subterfuge kind of job that he's now known for.
Ash will point amongst the three of them. You look hungry. Are you hungry? I bet you're starving. It's about lunchtime, right? And he starts unfolding his little food thing while Etzer talks. He starts preparing mouth-watering meals. He's going for a bit of shredded pork this time, mixed in with like a seaweed with a little bit of a it's sort of creamy spice. So it's very cool. So it's kind of to take the edge of the heat of the midday sun off. And if you start stirring that, the smells will waft over as he does so.
The man seems to take notice of everything that's going on. It's a lot of activity. So just smiles and nods along with everything and gestures for everyone to stop before you actually get to the edge of the bridge. Sort of steps up towards the very edge without actually stepping foot onto the wood itself. It's a fine procession you make here today. You're my good associates. I assume you travel to Chia.
Indeed we do. Indeed we do.
I see. That is most fortunate for us. Unfortunate, perhaps, for you. I assume you are aware of the state of Chia, otherwise you probably would not be journeying along this road.
In fact, it is because of your fearsome presence on this road that we specifically picked it.
We are known. You hear that, boys? Our reputation precedes us. And there's this hearty laugh that just seems to issue forth from the wooded area on the other side. There is a great deal of people there, and you cannot see them all.
True. Now, you do have a bit of a reputation, but I feel like, you know how stories have a way of getting muddied, like throwing a clod of dirt into a clear pond. They may reference you in your men's great deeds, but they use the hateful title bandit. So libelous, such a hateful word.
Bandit? Bandit? Did you hear that, boys? They're calling us bandits. Sound issues forth from the forest once again.
But
No,
I think there's a better term that could be used to describe you. That would be captain. Did you know as a captain you can get a letter of marque? You can steal ships and be rewarded for it. It's a brilliant system.
The smile seems to drop from him a little. My friend. He manages to say that without any irony. What exactly do you think is going on here?
We're negotiating. I'm hiring you.
Oh, I'm afraid my services are not for sale.
Maybe I have used an incorrect turn of phrase. I do not wish to imply that you would be my lackey. I think it would be more of a mutually beneficial agreement between two equal parties.
You make bound for Chia. What do you carry there in those caravans?
Some silk, some spices, food.
You're merchants then? Because you don't strike me as a merchant, my friend.
The chef
You
is
strike me
merchant.
as the sleaze.
Ooh, shots fired.
I don't believe that is such a pleasant term for two good friends to be using to describe one another. Would you?
Perhaps we are not so great of friends as you would like.
But I know these things. I'm never wrong.
Ash will walk up and lean against a tree to get out of the midday sun. And wait.
If you try to leave the bridge,
Oh, okay. Are we on the bridge?
the man. Yeah,
Okay.
if you try to leave the bridge, the man will make a gesture, and one of the guys with the axe will sort of heft it, and they're ready to basically cut this thing loose at a moment.
Okay. How far down is it, by the way? What's below us, the bridge?
Well, it's a it hangs over a gorge, and there's a river running down from the mountains out that leads eventually to a small delta that leads out into the dreaming sea. So the falling in there would probably, the fall may not necessarily kill you, but the terrain is quite sort of ragged and rocky. It's rapids down there, so if you fell into the water and tumbled down, you would be smashed against the rocks.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm going to lock eyes with the bandit I'm speaking to and take sort of a colder demeanor and just say, let us have no pretense between us and no empty gestures like those threats. We both know that you won't cut down this bridge. It's the only way you make money. If there's no road for you to prey upon, you starve. Second of all, my friend dances between bolts of lightning. I'm pretty sure he could close the distance in time.
He steps forward. Etzer has just recently had someone stand ever so close to the periphery of his personal space. This man makes no such illusions as to respecting that sort of distance, and just sort of steps right in and places his great hand against your chest. Says, "My friend, if you presume I am a bandit here to make money, you are a fool."
And if you're not here for profit, why bother at all? I cannot imagine living among trees and woodland creatures and spending all day staring at a bridge is a very profitable and exciting endeavor to engage in.
He gestures to himself, the two men, and back to the forest, are not bandits. We are free men, here to divest you of your goods and your riches, such that we can distribute them to people more worthy and deserving of them.
Oh, then we're in the same business. Like I said, we're friends.
Then who do you deliver to?
Someone in Chia.
Someone.
Ash is like, sure, I've written it down somewhere.
Etza will look over at Ash and like, it's his cargo. I'm merely the
I'll get out a book,
negotiator?
flick through. I'm sorry about this, gentlemen. Saren usually handles this kind of thing. I believe it was Marcus, wasn't it? Marcus, yes.
Marcus.
Everybody knows Marcus.
Marcus Devoran.
The one and the same. I hear he's you don't want to get on the wrong side of old Marcus. That's what I hear.
Especially not with his new friends. The good man is a traitor to our city. And I would be best served ensuring that your cargo never reaches its intended destination.
Are you saying that Marcus is in line with Chia? And Ash will look very surprised at that.
I'm afraid it has come to our attention, the good free men here, that all of the so-called nobles and merchants have been quite easily bought and paid for. Our city suffers, and I have no intention of letting you through.
But maybe I should elaborate a little bit. The reason, and Etzer points to Captain Ash, he wishes to come here is to deliver his cargo. The reason I want to go to Chia is to remove the chains and yokes from everyone in the city. Save those that capitulated. They will dance above the air.
A bold claim, he says, pressing his hand against your chest still. And I almost believe you.
Almost.
If you want to attempt to persuade him or anything like that, you can in the system at any point. Just let me know.
Ooh,
Roll those dice.
2
Roll
seconds.
those dice.
To aid in this action, Ash will pull out his meticulous log that he's working, because he's pretty sure that he's actually... Yeah. Yep, here we go. He'll pull out his log and he will show the page in which his entry talks about their interaction with Kasim Kazar, their concern about Chia, and we're resolved to help the besieged city by providing food and also allowing me to make our cargo's delivery. Which clearly sort of states our concern about it, and the last time that such a naval display was doing was when Palaquin was... which Etzer would have received the news grimly. So here, take that page and like show it to that guy and say, I mean, our intentions are pretty clear. The fine gentleman Etzer employed me to help transport these goods to Chia to help with the besieged city. We can make that journey by sea, so we endeavoured to make it by land. That's what brought us here, and we figured this route would keep us away from the prying eyes of the Yashir army. Have they made landfall yet? And this will be like to supplement and help Etzer with his words as well. I'm trying to like show that Etzer's a man of his word and he has concern for the besieged city of Yashir.
Yeah. Etzer's going to look him in the eyes again and say, I think I was incorrect the first time. The word I'm thinking when I envision your future isn't captain. It's mayor. How would you like to be mayor? And I'll sort of dust off his shoulder. You see, originally the plan was to smuggle in food to make sure that the blockade lasts as long as possible, to make the Yasir suffer and eventually give up and withdraw. But that is a very painful and very long ordeal for the citizens in town. And when I heard about you, I thought, maybe we could do this a little quicker. Maybe together we could just remove the problem at its source. After all, we are little more than we seem. Ysir is not the only one who has a sorcerer on this battlefield.
Okay, give me charisma plus persuasion. Persuasion? Presence.
Presence?
Charisma. I'm sorry. I've been game mastering so many different games. Yes, charisma plus presence. What's your current appearance?
Only 2.
Okay. And... Okay. All right, cool. I'll give you a 1 point stunt for all the preparation and chatter.
While he's doing that, I'll read out the log entry for you at home that haven't checked out the portal, if that's okay with you, Elk.
4 successes.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh gosh, where is it?
I actually missed what you said there. Sorry, Chug.
I got 4 successes.
Oh, 4. Right. Okay. Are you ready, Ash?
Yep. Concerned about the fate of Chia, we resolved to help the besieged city by providing food and also allowing me to make our cargo's delivery. With the counsel of Etzer, Seren, and the use of my charts, we determined suitable nearby ports that would be good for purchasing food and allow us to plot a land course to Chia. Consulting my naval history tomes, the last time such a naval display was seen from Ysir was annexing of Palaquin. Say the least, the news was probably grimly received by Etzer, whose hatred for Ysir was obvious to those who found him on friendly terms and spent any length of time with him.
He sort of looks the parchment up and down and seems to take the measure of Etzer as well. Just looks over each member of this small group one by one. Etzer first, then Ash, and then sort of seems to sort of just peek around Etzer to see Chia tired and struggling. Leah standing next to Cheshire, sort of trying to almost sort of puff herself up and look more important than she really is. And turns back to Etzer in the end. Gives him one last look up and down. I'm convinced of your words. And I believe we may be kindred spirits. It is, this time, in his hand, sort of, that's been sort of pressed sort of aggressively against your chest, sort of turns more into like a friendly pat on the shoulder. I like the measure of you. I believe we can become friends, given time. Forgive my earlier rudeness. I am, and he snatches up the wineskin from Etzer. I am Armistice of the Spring. Introduces himself.
Etzer Sinceric, my good man. And these are my companions, Captain Ash, Cheshire, and Telia.
Lady Tilia.
Telia sort of bows a little. And,
Cheshire yawns and waves.
Won't you have some pork, my good friend? And he offers the plate to the three of them.
Oh, you must. It's exquisite.
Tries some food and throws down some of the wine and seems to like what he's gotten. He gestures the men over and they put their big axes down and this flock of people just starts coming slowly out of the woodland. Most of them are... You can tell that they're labourers. The men and women are all quite stocky, I suppose you would say. They all work for their sorry, they all work for their daily bread, either working on the land or as woodcutters or working in the shipyards or whatever it is that they do. They're all quite strong and hearty people. There are some children in the mix. A few of them are obviously families. Looking out over them and seeing how they intermingle and interact, difficult not to see them as a large family. They're obviously not all related, but they have been displaced from their homes for quite some time, and this kinship that has been born between them for their common plight has sort of bound them together. Revolutionaries in the making.
Seeing the familial bonds in the air, Cheshire kind of starts to perk up a little bit, being reminded of his own connections back in Champor that he still needs to reconnect with. So he's a little more awake, a little more attentive.
In the moment of silence, Captain Ash will go to their leader, Armistice Spring. Do you have enough shelter, and is your camp suitable? I know that it can get quite unforgiving, probably in these mountains.
We're strong people and we make do. It is a temporary arrangement. For the meantime, gestures to Talia, who sort of gives him a bit of a curtsy and sort of wanders over. Ah, my good lady, you are a vision of loveliness. Sort of and smiles and shrugs and introduces herself more formally, offering her hand that he takes and kisses and does that whole ridiculous, courtly, romantic, dashing young hero sort of shtick.
Ash looks. That's vaguely familiar, he's thinking.
And as he holds out his hand and Talia takes it, he sort of looks over to Ash and starts motioning to everyone to start moving out. So they're going to lead you to their camp and sort of set up and have conversation about how to proceed from here. And he says something to Leah that nobody but Ash actually catches. Sort of leans in and goes, incidentally, the captain of what? And she sort of just smiles, glances at Ash, nods at him, and turns back and says, the flirtatious ruse. Two of them chuckle at me. Saunter off.
Excuse me, Ash Rebello, it's the flirtatious muse. I don't take discouraging comments about my ship lightly, your lady. Ship.
Ya lady.
Young lady.
I'm sorry, did I say something that has offended you?
Well, yes. I mean, that's almost as bad as insulting Adori at the moment. I mean, and we wouldn't want to risk that.
Your sword. And Armistice goes, he's named his sword? Yes. And he polishes it every morning, and I'm sure every night as well.
I take good care of her. And I will dramatically unsheath Adori, let her catch the sun, and its brightness and glory will reflect around me. See? She's magnificent.
Cheshire just puts his head in his hand. Oh no.
Ezreal just kind of mouth towards Cheshire. Well, if they didn't suspect us before, they probably know now.
It is a beautiful blade. Quite magnificent. How did you come by such a thing?
That is a tale for the campfire, my friend. I'm sure we'll hear tales of it once we become firm friends, but we have more pressing matters to attend to. War and revolution waits for no man.
Without anything sort of further to discuss here on the road, the company sort of moves out and helps the wagons across the bridge and make sure that they cross safely. They take you down the path a ways before eventually detouring out into the wooden area itself. They're able to move some of the larger and pieces to sort of open up what would otherwise been a fairly well hidden pathway that the wagons are fairly easy. The wagon that's wide enough for the wagon to sort of cross upwards. So lead you up a little further into the foothills until you reach a fairly large sort of copse of trees that are surrounding a outcropping in the rock. It's a small network of caves, probably once an animal's den of some kind, but they've long since been cleared out, and the people have taken up settlement here. We've got campfires and rugs and small huts and things. It's quite a little, almost a shanty town, sort of set up in this little spot. Massive camp. There's hundreds of people here. All of them equipped and ready for battle of some kind, except maybe the children.
Etcher will lean over to Armistice and ask, have all of these people been driven from Chia?
Every man, woman, and child who could not be bought.
I assure you, I will not rest until we have your city liberated and these people are back underneath their own roofs.
Well, since we're all being friends, what stake do you have in this conflict, my good Etzer?
Oh, it's entirely selfish. I wish to see my own home liberated, but to do that, I must weaken a far greater force than what resides here. And even still, to every town, every ship that pays a tax, every inch of creation that they sully makes them stronger in their island of perversions and ignoble arts that they mastered. So I free your town to make them weaker, so that one day I may free my own. I could tell you some things that it's, you know, the natural inherent right due to all men, but let's be honest, I'm a strange man you met on a bridge. You have no reason to believe that. But something utterly as selfish as liberation for my own people, that anyone will believe.
You have a care. And it is good to see. It is rare. I must admit, when you approached and spoke of bribery and trade, I had assumed that you were not the sort we would want to have dealings with.
Well, you do have a bit of an unsavory reputation.
Good. Well, there's nothing further to be done this day. Let us drink and be merry. Starts cheering and cracking out more wine. Somehow you can see that they've plundered quite a few merchant caravans, not just from this bridge either, but also possibly from the main road down further south. They have quite a lot of stuff around, sort of riches and jewels and things that sort of almost half-heartedly discarded to one side. They don't really care about them. They just sort of didn't want them to have it. The actual resources, though, food and wine, drink, anything else, it's kept up in one of the back caves as a large storeroom, packed away and sort of cracked out and sort of passed around. Everyone's sort of enjoying swigs from tankards or wineskins or whatever. And all pervasive in this area, Captain Ash, is the light scent of cinnamon and brown sugar. It seems to pervade everywhere. It's coating everything. There isn't any such. Like it's what you're smelling. It smells like cinnamon and brown sugar, but there isn't cinnamon and brown sugar around. It's just sort of lightly wafting off everything, as if something heavy with the scent had interacted with everything here at some point or other.
Ash, a moment of intrigue flashes across Ash's eyes. While the rest would be celebrating, Ash will have taken like a sort of discarded log and be fashioning it into various toys, simple wooden toys for the children to keep their morale up. His hands expertly going over with not supernatural speed, but at a like enhanced precision. How long is it since we've? How many hours have we been on the road since the?
You've been on the road several days.
Okay, fantastic. I'll just top myself up of essence and use some of that. Yeah. So he'll be making toys and stuff, but he will call out. What is with this smell of cinnamon? It's pervasive. It's everywhere, but I can't spy any of the spice there.
If Ash asks anybody, nobody knows what he's talking about. No one else seems to be able to detect it. Someone infers that he's had a bit too much to
Okay.
wishful thinking. Tilia makes fun of him.
This sounds... Can I make a lore roll for this kind of thing? This sounds very... like... intriguing to me. This doesn't sound normal. What would be more applicable, occult or lore for this role? If I'm allowed to make one. To try and think if I've heard any stories that would explain...
Are they both the same rating?
No, occult is the lowest.
Roll occult then.
Roll
Occult
occult.
intelligence.
And co-intelligence. I will use my excellency though to aid it. Okay, so we've got 1, we've got intelligence 4, and I'm going to spend that. Fantastic. Let's go to the old dice roller. This is an episode where Ash gets mocked a lot, folks. I'm just going to throw that out there. Ooh, I got 4 successes.
Impressive.
It's not exactly a well-known fact, but it's something Ash has come to understand and expect, especially ever since being granted the blessings of the great spirit of the sun. His own senses have been far enhanced. He's used to catching the way that people smell, being able to recognize them if he ever met them again. This sense is like that. It's not someone he's ever met before, but it's someone who has been here, everywhere, interacted with everyone for a great deal of time, such to have left such an impression here. And yet, if he asks anyone, no one really seems to know. There have been so many people coming in and out, people joining the band, people getting captured, people leaving, people getting killed, that it's hard to keep track of everybody. And there's no one person in particular that anyone has met or knows of or could identify that could possibly have been so pervasive here and not still be here. But Ash is certain that if he ever meets this person, that he will know who they are and that they were the person who was here.
Ash still, memories, reflecting on how, there was a weird sense in the Rye, and knows, a little bit maybe suspicious and intrigued about spirit activity. He's going to try and sort of peer through the veil and activate spirit detecting lamps, if I may, Elk.
That's fine.
And see if the source of cinnamon is more an otherworldly thing, because he finds it very odd that people aren't remembering this. Cinnamon's a very, distinctive smell. How can you not remember this?
What is Cheshire doing during all this jubilant celebration?
His throat is... He feels the slight burn in the back of his throat and his lungs. Because he had a chance to get a hit, but he didn't get a hit the night prior. So he's kind of keeping away from everyone, but still taking in all of the sights of the families and the children playing, the parents conversing, everyone that's all the jubilation, but is kind of keeping to himself for now. Keeping himself under control. or trying to.
As Ash peers around the camp, nothing really seems to catch his attention as obvious or different to before he tried to pierce through the veil. Except for the tall, white-hooded figure sitting on a rock near Cheshire, just watching over him.
Oh, that's creepy!
Does this figure look at all familiar?
You know precisely who this is.
Oh, okay. In which case, Ash will look from Cheshire and then look to the hooded figure. Is it facing me?
Ember's attentions are almost entirely on Cheshire, or stare directly at it. It does seem to get a sense that you can actually see it, and looks up to you, smiles, and then goes back to watching Cheshire.
Ash gives us like a little smirk. He's very intrigued by that. It's awesome. With that, he will finish making the toys for the children, like various wooden swords, little carts, a ship, like whatever they want, really, within reason. I will make. And sort of just take it in. It's like,
Talia has been partaking upon the jubilance of this area and has had quite a few drinks and gotten quite loose-tongued. The drunker she gets, though, the more obvious it becomes that she actually has no interest in it. It seemed to be just another jibe at Ash. She ends up sort of hanging off Etzer at some point, sort of just complaining to him about how she felt ignored and toyed with, and that she was going to do everything she could to make sure that that blasted, insufferable man knew exactly how she was feeling. And then just snuggles into his shoulder a little bit, sort of breathing heavily, before snoring loudly, sort of going limp against him.
To be young, heartbroken, and unaccustomed to being deep in my cups.
Oh my.
I imagine you're no stranger to this sort of drama. I imagine courts have plenty of intrigue and drama. I'm sorry that I've brought you into this situation. I guess I've got to be more careful in the future. This is becoming a trend of me frustrating and vexing women. He looks to Adori, looks to the lady, and then thinks about Seren and all the time she's berated him.
I disagree, Captain Ash. I think right now the pain is fresh, like the sting of a slap in the face, but with all time it will fade. Most people find themselves married for the first person that they take to bed, or the first person that their family agrees upon, and it is a dreary, dreadful experience. In the brief flirtation and then departure that you've made in her life, you've given her more romantic excitement than entire villages will experience in a generation.
I am very capricious, it's true. It's just in my nature. But when I see a thing of beauty and such potential, I feel they should know what greatness they have and be made to see it. I guess I'm a mirror that reflects that in sometimes, and I feel if I can stir them to realizing their greatness, then I guess I've done what I set out to do. I don't think...
I mean, she may be upset that your advances led nowhere, but I don't think that she would be on this current path if it weren't for your intervention. Love is grand and all, but freedom, self-liberation, it's the greatest gift.
How are we going to proceed with this situation, Etzer? I'm, like, not schooled in war. If this was a naval campaign, I may have some ideas, but, I am a little bit out of my element on land.
I do not know what kind of arcane knowledge Kashim has. I think a frontal assault would be a little foolhardy. But I do think with some of the silks that we have in the wagon and some well-dyed rope, I think I could cleverly disguise myself as him and lead us into the city. I would need a little more information about the lay of the land and what kind of forces they have guarding it.
I think we need more information, definitely. But I feel like perhaps a surgical strike rather than brute force will definitely be the way to go. You're right, that's, I believe we could probably, like you say, maybe cut the head off the snake and let the venom bleed out from Chia. That's it, thanks! Oh.
Etzer's gonna sort of wave over Armistice. Tell me, what is the situation in the town? Does it have high walls? Does it have a strong garrison? How many men have Ysir landed into the port?
Armistice hasn't been drinking. He seems to have been just sort of watching and taking measure of everything that's going on. The Patella have been quite boisterous in their celebrations. And there's this very sort of happy, pleased look about him. As if all he wanted for these people, for himself, he's been sort of thrust into the leadership here. He's sort of just the most qualified without necessarily being wanting or cognizant of leadership in and of itself. And it's just kind of working as far as he's concerned, and that makes him quite pleased, quite happy. And it occurs to me that I haven't actually described and without being too flowery about it, the best image I have in my head is bloody Robin Hood, Men in Tights Robin Hood, if you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Almost Wesley from that actor.
Mm-hmm.
That'll work.
Mm-hmm.
Sandy blonde hair with a very neat sort of beard that sort of just carpets his whole chin, but he's sort of always trimmed quite short. Very neat. Something you would normally only see on sort of a richer type person. He seems to take fastidious care of it.
Cheshire.
And these deep blue marble eyes. But nonetheless, Etzer has called him over, and so he sort of approaches and, my friends, always greet you that way, my friends. What's going on? How can I help? Availing yourself of the fine foods and riches that we have acquired legitimately, righteously.
All plunder acquired through war is righteous, especially when it's taken from the hands of those that hold you down. But enough of my rhetoric. I wish to talk about lighter subjects like troop placements and best ways to infiltrate the town.
Yes, absolutely lighter topics. Let's go with that.
The great ships that Chia sent, and that Kassam fellow. They have only a few hundred men, but there was no marshaled force rallied against us. They arrived. They conversed with the upper echelons of our town, our people, our representatives, the people that we trusted to lead. And they sold us out. In the name of peace, they moved us one by one, slowly but surely, until there was no one left to take up arms, and the rest were just simply discarded. The city is, as I understand at the moment, mostly empty, aside from those richer and nobler families sort of taking up residence. It does not function, as I understand. You see, keeps it well, like a jewel stashed away in a crystal case. And they make no move beyond that, keeping mostly to their ships. We have not been able to penetrate the city in any great degree. There, any time we get close, the creatures, the ground itself seems to rebel against us.
Answer's going to kind of look over at Cheshire and Ash and be like, let this be a great lesson. It is just as easy to conquer a city with silver as it is with iron. Now, Armistice, tell me, what creatures, how exactly does the Earth rebel against you?
If we try to approach in any force, the ground softens. Makes tracking the distance difficult, nigh impossible. The walls always seem to stretch up higher, or the ground falling away below us, prevent any kind of climb. The doors barring our access, impossibly strong. Any tool that we try to use against it sort of withering away. The door itself seems to gain in strength. With such power, it's surprising they have not conquered the sea.
And I assume you walls did not used to formally behave in this manner.
No, of course not.
Cheshire.
Cheshire's sitting on the rock, just trying to look relaxed, and keep the pain from showing on his face, turns and looks at the captain. Yeah?
I know that you have some talent with such matters which seem otherworldly. Is there any light you could shed on this? Does this sound like anything you're familiar with?
Rocks trying to rebel against people, walls draining the strength of the tools meant to break them down. Personally, it sounds a little less like spirit work and a little more like sorcery. Sounds like someone may have manipulated the essence in that area to function in ways that are exceptionally unusual.
Could we break the enchantment?
It's possible, I suppose. We would have to probably get a closer look at it and investigate it further. You can only learn so much from hearsay.
I guess. I mean, I still technically have this delivery, I guess. I mean, that may get us into the city. If my experience with nobles, and from what Armistice tells me, they seem to be a very greedy bunch, those remaining behind in the city. Perhaps the temptation of having more luxury might allow us to gain entry so we can discover a bit more about what's happening in the city. But that would be, of course, if Armistice Spring feels comfortable with such a plan. I mean, obviously the food, without speaking for Etzer, probably should go to these true patriots of Chia.
Of course, the food was meant to be delivered to those who suffered at the hands of this occupation. I can think of no one more worthy of it than these folk.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, that's one potential option we have for maybe gaining entry. And that way we don't risk the lives of these good people before we have an actual chance of repelling these insidious invaders.
I think with subterfuge, we would be able to bring in a small group of people with us if we do it right, but a large assault is, I don't think, very feasible right now with what they've done to the walls.
I think finesse would be a much better tactic.
Are you proposing some reconnaissance?
At the very least, yes.
I do have an idea. Armistice, how I know you are notorious in the villages surrounding this region, but how aware of you are they in the city? Would Kasham be willing to get off his ship and come into town if news spread that you had been captured?
I can only hope my efforts have been so vexatious. He seems to consider it. I don't know if Kassam knows me, but I know him. And I will kill that man for what he has done to my city.
Because what if the story was that while trying to find an alternate destination for these goods, we'd been attacked by these vicious brigands, And he gives Armistice a friendly pat on the arm. Only for the tides to be turned and for us to have captured them, taken them as prisoners, deliver them with the goods to the city as a prize. It would certainly allow us to get a dozen or so men across the walls.
There have been relatively regular shipments come. I do not know what they take through. Anyone we have stopped doesn't seem to stock goods of any sort of shrugs. I would say value. Jewels, gems, and silks, much like what you're carrying now. No food. None that we have raided, anyway. Sorry, hang on. No, that's not true. Sorry, I've got myself mixed up. 1 second.
It's okay, Armistice. Leadership can be a heavy responsibility and burden. I don't know whether I'm coming and going sometimes.
There have been shipments coming to and from the city. Doesn't seem to function. There's no trade that we have witnessed, but still these caravans come and go. Those that we have raided, we have found goods, mostly riches, and it's just gestures at the discarded pile of gems, coins, and stuff.
Maybe they're attempting to buy up the Dreaming Sea and expand their influence.
Well, then I'm sure they would especially open the gates when, after defeating you, we also return the pilfered goods that they have been waiting on.
You say
You
that
propose to have defeated me.
Sorry, what was that, Elk?
You propose to have defeated me.
It would be a good way to get us an audience and to get a few of your men and my own across the gates. They would appear to be bound, but once we're on the other side, we can drop the ruse and lay into them.
I think that's too risky to actually have Armistice Spring go in there himself. He's too important to these people. But as you said, it doesn't seem like they probably know him by face. Perhaps we could make...
Oh, I assure you, we look enough alike that with a little magic of the makeup brush, I could easily pass for him. Now, out of character, bear in mind, these guys look nothing alike.
Ash puts a little pat on it. It's like, yeah, sure. So there you go, telling tall tales again. Yes, that would make me feel more comfortable.
Cheshire, knowing what he himself can do with his clothing, just looks at Etzer and is like, I have no doubt. Spitting image.
Precisely. His own mother couldn't tell us apart.
Now, an interesting thing that you said, Amethyst. So these caravans that were acquired were coming out of the city.
Some.
Did any caravans attempt to enter the city, or were they all stopped?
We have not been able to stop all of them.
Okay. How did the ground and the walls function for them? Could you see if any guards were raising or lowering the gates? Could you see if the wall itself may have manipulated some way to let them in?
According to the scouts we had posted, it was as if usual and natural. The doors were opened, the caravans passed through, and the doors closed shortly thereafter.
So no evidence of an operating mechanism. My thought was that if the trade caravans were getting in and out of the city on their own, perhaps they carry some kind of token or a ticket that would allow them safe passage both over the land that tries to push outsiders away, and even allow the front gate to be malleable. It was just a thought, though.
You may be onto something there, Cheshire. Perhaps, I am not imagining this pervasive smell of cinnamon. I know you have had a great laugh at my expense, and he looks sort of half-heartedly accusingly around the campfire. But perhaps it may be a lingering magical scent, perhaps. Maybe one of the tokens, one of the gems is no simple gem, but a magical bauble. Perhaps maybe we could take a look at them and see if we could divine if any of them would act as such tokens. It's worth a shot, perhaps.
Be my guest. We have no use for them.
Well, all-seeing Ash?
I'm afraid my schooling in the arts, the arcane and sorcery, is very rudimentary, self-taught superstition of a sailor. I was hoping perhaps, he looks to Etz and Cheshire, perhaps one of you two may have a bit more formal training?
I could take a look.
I couldn't
As
try.
it goes over and sort of, as anyone goes over and starts picking through the pile of treasures it is, and mostly you find gold and silver, coins, and sort of boxes of gems and strings of pearls. But as you're picking through the pile, you can feel a weight about you, as if the ground itself was sort of clawing at your very sort of clothing, even the hair on your head, sort of pulling it down a little bit harder. And as you finish sorting through and get to the bottom of the pile, it first looks just like a deep black bar of precious metal. Once you sort of scoop it up into your hands and feel the weight of it, lift it, you find that it's a long, thin rapier. Very pointed at the tip. It's deep, jet black jade. It's very intricate hilt, sort of furling about the. I'm sorry, furling about the handle. This rose that seems to sort of bloom that the blade comes from, as the sort of almost thorny vines of its leaves and stems curl about to make the rest of the hilt. And as you hold it there in your hands, you hear it start to scream. And we're going to take our first break here.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, folks, that is not how I expected to go. I thought they would be bandits and stuff, but that's a really awesome, turn of events.
Yeah, sorry I had to cut out earlier. I got a phone call I had to take care of.
No worries. I do, one thing I don't like is the first half ash bashing. What is with all the ash bashing, folks? What's going on there? Poor Captain Ash.
Well, yeah, that's what happens when you get the ladies angry at you.
I'll be right back.
Don't woo a woman and then turn her down and expect no repercussions.
It wasn't like Ash was actually turning her down as well. He was just, a little bit more laid back about it.
Well, you stopped turning her on, so at
That's
this
true.
point you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take this thing off. Gosh, it's hot today. Oh, my fan's not facing me, folks. Schoolboy error.
So, did anyone catch the last word that Elk said about the black jade rapier?
I think it's screaming?
It's screaming,
I
yeah.
thought that's what
It's screaming.
Okay,
what's with all these damn talking swords we're finding?
that's what I thought I heard.
I thought that was usual. I mean, I look at you guys. Yeah. What?
My rack staff makes very little noise.
Sorry. I've got this point of X being really sneaky with the rack staff, and he's like, "I'm over here, guys, look at me, I'm sneaking next to his stabbing rack staff." Shh.
Cheshire doesn't even have pockets right now.
Oh.
Where is he hiding some kind of talking weapon?
Yeah, I'm very intrigued by this sword. I'm going to definitely try and do a lore roll and work out if there's any legends of this. A sword such as beautiful and intricate as this must have some story about it. I'm sure.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm totally hoping that Etzer has like some melee as his combat skill, so he's just like, yeah, this black jade rapier, yeah, it's mine now. It
I
sounds
actually do have some
totally your
melee skills.
style. What?
Oh, I have some melee.
Hmm.
Oh my!
Yeah.
He picks up the sword and he can wield it too.
Well, I actually already have an artifact weapon. I have a rack
Dun,
staff,
dun, dun.
Maybe it's destined to be Lady
and it
Fiona's.
lets me steal moments from time, and I'm kind of into that.
That's amazing.
Ooh.
Yeah, if I win join battle, I get to stop time for one action and just do something, and then combat begins.
We're still at like the camp scene, aren't we? So I guess technically my spirit detecting glance is active. So maybe I'll see the spirit of the staff, or maybe I'll like see the what's happening when the earth tries to claw at us. If there's any like elementals, that'd be cool, or demons, or what have you.
I'm also going to be right back.
Yeah, I'm imagining it to be either an elemental or a sorceress working.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, I mean, I don't think Ash will have any knowledge of the sorcerer's workings, apart from like legends of like sorcerers doing great like feats. So, but the nitty gritty, no idea. That's why it's like, But I know that Cheshire is. I'm pretty confident he's a sorcerer, so perhaps he'll know such things. And
I mean, you only saw him become, a giant flaming version of himself. He might be a sorcerer.
yeah, maybe, just a little bit. Like Etzer keeps referring to, we have sorcerers, so
Yeah, Etzer has made no hint outside of just happened to knowing things about the occult.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure whether Etzer is a sorcerer, but I imagine, like, given that Yashir is so associated with sorcery and he's from those, he'll at least have, like, and he hates them so much, he might have some knowledge of them, because knowing your enemy is, like, I think, quite vital to fighting your enemy. But other than that,
Yep.
I'm not sure. Folks, it's a mystery.
That's-
Sorry, Cheshire.
I believe it. 'Tis a mystery indeed.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that you do a dance for these good people. 'Cause you're looking a bit like glum on your rock. But,
Yeah. So, okay, the thoughts going through Cheshire's mind right now is he hasn't fed, and it's been longer than a day.
oh, it
So,
has, yeah.
for an addict, that's rough.
I mean, I don't want to spur your like fate-eating addiction style things anyone's way, but there is a young lady that has a lot of like anger and misplaced rage placed at the good fair captain. Perhaps you could take those feelings away from her. So there's nothing.
Are you trying to use my addiction for your own gain?
I mean, plucky hero, maybe. Captain Ash wouldn't suggest such a thing. I mean, it would be convenient. I'm just saying, all you can eat buffet on rage and anger. Just sitting there, dude. Tasty.
It's a little spicy for my palate.
I imagine it, yeah. Like, it's very prickly
Gonna
as
start
well.
searching emotions to taste.
Yeah. I'll wait till Out comes back and then I'll disappear off and grab a drink, folks.
Welcome back, Shock. We were just discussing what emotions taste like.
I'm going to say rhubarb.
all emotions, rhubarb. Oh, that'd be great.
But which emotion tastes like rhubarb?
No, all of them.
Depends if it's cooked rhubarb, rhubarb pie, if it's raw.
Gosh. So, I really want to get to know some of the Flotilla characters. We've seen one of them, but I imagine they're all, like, amazing in their own rights. Like, a sort of real varied band of characters, I imagine them to be.
Sorry, who is this?
Your Flotilla?
Oh, the court.
Yeah.
I actually have the description's up on the Obsidian portal now.
Nice.
I would say like 4 of them are actually good at what they do, and the rest of them are kind of just my buddies.
Yeah. We've all been there with, like, you know...
Or some dude who
tag-alongs.
helped me out once, and then we became...
I mean, good-spirited, though, right? You know, their heart's in the right place. Probably. How creepy is it, Ember Glow just, like, standing and watching Cheshire?
just chilling out.
Uber creepy.
I feel like I feel like Captain Ash intruded in, like, a private moment. It was just like, oh... Do I say anything about this? I just smile and wave, boys, smile and wave.
I'm kind of glad Etzer is ignorant of most of how Amber Glow appears to people, because, you know, showing up in a spooky basement, I'm like, okay, that's weird, but that's kind of haunty, weird spirit thing to do. If he knew Cheshire was like, oh, he comes in my dreams and alters my memories, he'd be like, I'm even more uncomfortable with that. And then Ash would be like, oh, he's always watching us. He's here right now. I'd be like, fuck it, I'm out. I'm done.
Like, I mean, like, I'm gonna go quickly, Elk, now that you've come in, like, tag team out. But like, Ash's traveling companions, like, he's got Cheshire, who's like, seems like really like full of life, and then really broody and like kind of creepy with his, not helped by Amber Glow being equally creepy. And then there's like Edsa, it seems quite normal, and then they like randomly find him in a dark room hiding behind some tapestry. It's like,
Don't mind me, I'm just hanging out in the
what
basement.
are you doing? And on that note, I'll see you in a sec.
Hey, sorry about that. It's way longer than I thought.
No worries. I'm just... this is so rough. Because I'm going to have to play Cheshire like he's ignorant. Because, okay, so it's one thing for Amber Glow to say, I'm always there with you. Okay, euphemism, you're in my heart, whatever. And then Ash is just like, oh, yeah, it's over your shoulder. What?
It's like, oh, those Fae, so prone to exaggeration. It's like, no, dude, he is watching you all the time.
Patting your hair at night.
It's like if a toddler was crossed with an adorable puppy and a murderous, rapacious being who wants to eat souls. You know, all in one little package.
Just all of the creepy whenever that line came out. Yeah, you see Amber Glow hanging over Cheshire on the rock. Just all of the creep factor right there. The only thing that would have made it better is that as soon as Amber felt Ash staring, it just turns over and like, hi. I think at that point Ash would have just like turned it off, be like, I don't want to see this. I don't ever want to see this again. Can I get a refund?
What's this? What I missed? What's into, folks?
Oh, just how Captain might have reacted. I was imagining that whenever you saw Amber Glow just hanging out behind my shoulder, Amber Glow would just turn to you so creepily. All 5 fingers come out and just say, hi.
Yeah. Ash waving back like, I mean, what do I do with this? I mean, I guess what happens between Faye and the person she's chosen to be a patron is kind of their business. Da, 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 da. Oh dear. Classic. The really terrifying thing is where Ash wakes up and she's just like watching over the bed. And she's just like, what? What are you doing? Get away from me. I'm pretty sure it should be over your bed though, so that's something to think about when you go to sleep, Cheshire.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh.
So, Elk, actually, question.
Yes.
Is this session the start of a new story?
Um,
Mechanically.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Reason I ask is sorceress motes that I have collected, they reset to 0 at every story.
Oh, right, of course.
Yeah, and if I took crafting charms, folks, I'd be resetting them as well.
Yeah, sorceress notes either typically are created in the instant, last for a scene, or last for a story.
What about the amulet? Doesn't that just sort of just have them hanging around?
I think that one might be a bit of an exception.
Okay.
For instance, the motes I gain, I keep for a scene, and once the scene's over, they all just go away.
Because I can only gain like 2 to 4 motes at a time per scene, they tend to... They'll last plenty long enough to get one quick spell off if the need requires.
I don't have any
I suppose if you could just collect them ad infinitum, it would, like, over the course of several stories, gather up enough, like 6 reflexive spells, just bam, 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 and that would be terrible.
Yeah.
Brilliant raptor formation, go!
Yeah. I've been spending this story arc up a mountain while you were having adventures, you fools! Behold my power of the mountain hermit. They call me Tim. Or something like that.
I'm just forever in
That
a
was-
tornado.
The best improvised skit ever is Monty Python in Quest for the Holy Grail, where they meet the wizard.
Yeah.
He was supposed to have this impossibly stupidly long name, and he forgot it. So he just goes, "There are some who call me Tim."
Genius. Love it.
I'm like, yes. Name is immortalized.
Gonna grab a drink real quick.
No worries.
Sure. So, Ash, I've missed most of the talk. What did you talk about when I left?
We talked about what emotions taste like. Etza said it was rhubarb. I said how I've got spirit detect and glance still active, so maybe I'll see when the Earth's doing its weird things. I'm like curious to see if I notice any elementals or demon hands clawing out, or any spirit malarkey, or it's just sorcery. I'm also really curious about the sword. I was like, you know what? I'm going to totally lore roll it. A sword that beautiful in the Dreaming Sea must have a reputation. So, I mean, that's pretty much a lot of it. And I think we talked about creepy amber glow. I was just like,
And the fact that Plucky, not Captain Ash, wants Cheshire to emotion suck the Lady Talia so that she's not pissed.
I mean, it would make Captain Ash's life a lot easier. All that anger and hatred you feel for him, gone. Convenient, buddy. I mean, have a circle,
He can-
buddy.
He can only do that though if the
You're cutting out there, buddy.
emotion is being strengthened, weakened, or created in the scene.
Yeah, he could destroy that emotion of anger towards Ash.
I'm sure I could spin a few yarns about Ash's other women that he's led on in the past to strengthen that into.
Well, no, this is the opposite. Hector, you like the opposite of what we wanted.
And Sharon's like, "This is the first time I'm hearing about this."
Meanwhile, Cheshire's just like over here trying to hold himself together with
Yeah.
all of these emotions.
Oh, that's terrible.
around him.
Plucky Hero is literally being like an emotion pusher in this scene. It's like, go on, Cheshire. Take those sweet, sweet emotions. Have another hit. As long as it benefits me, I don't care if I'm pushing you down the path. Emotion.
Do emotions have calories?
Oh, they do. They do. I mean, rhubarb has calories, so emotions must, right?
Go straight to your thighs.
Maybe I'd be able to learn like a branch of
I've never been
cooking.
able to do rhubarb anything.
Oh.
No. I don't know, really.
It's delicious. Assuming
Just
you cook
randomly.
it. Otherwise, it's just horrifying.
Yeah, I haven't tasted it. I don't think. I'm not sure. Probably. was going to say, like, Captain Ash should learn Fey cooking with emotions. That would be amazing.
Why
I made
not?
you a cake that reminds you of your mother's
Cheer and Ed
disappointment.
go
in
back
you.
to I was just imagining Cheshire and Edsa go back to the flirtatious muse. How to cook humans? No. Blows us to it. How to cook for humans.
Is everybody well rested? How are we doing, folks?
Yep.
That systems.
Yep.
Yes, sorry, we should probably get back. Almost 15 minutes worth of break now. So, uno momento. Por favor.
Denied.
I hope I haven't offended anyone by saying, like, I don't actually know what that means. I'm assuming it says, give me a moment, please. Just put that out there. Alcavash does not speak any languages other than English.
We're getting a bit of a mic breakup there. I don't know if anybody's using the internet there or something's changed.
I've banished them all from the internet. I cannot use it.
Tough but
If I
fair.
move it closer, is that better?
I think so. Try speaking.
I'm speaking now.
Yeah, we're still getting break. It might be worth disconnecting and reconnecting to Discord. I don't know if that will help. Will make things worse.
I was so hoping that this session was gonna have like no hiccups technologically like last time. Like we finally got it.
We had a pretty good.
Yeah, we had a good run.
Mhm.
It's good. It's like made my.
Okay. Am I coming through all right?
That was better than previously. Yeah, I think. Turn down this emanations.
I don't know, all of a sudden my pings just jumped up to like 2 seconds.
It may be as more people go online and share the bandwidth. Unfortunately, that does happen. And also, Discord sometimes reconnecting and disconnecting sometimes helps, but don't know if you want to risk it.
I'm gonna quit and back in. I'll just be 2 seconds.
No worries.
Get back here!
Right, so now the GM's gone, how are we going to foil all his plans in Chiru?
Let's make him cry. That's our goal.
Are
Nearly
we going
made...
to Chiru, Chai, or Chia?
Oh, Chia. Damn it.
Yeah.
Chia.
Like the
The pet.
pet. Yeah. Chia.
Chia.
The wannabe Sonic with a haircut.
Great thing is we still got elk on video, so we can see it. Just can't hear him.
The look of intensity. So Shock, no golden labradoodle for a pillow today?
No, that was one of the many other pets that I was watching.
Oh.
I only have a sassy corgi staring at me right now.
It can fit on your shoulders,
What?
right? It'll work.
Doesn't seem to have changed anything. Oh well.
Oh, you're coming through a little bit better.
That
Oh,
is indeed a sassy corgi.
doggy hype.
Unlike the labradoodle, this dog weighs 30 pounds. So, due to love of my spine, I will
Yeah.
not drape him over my neck.
No.
And also respect for his own spine, which is pretty substantial.
Yeah.
You're so adorable.
Okay, so the sword screams.
Are we the only ones that hear it, or is everyone else in this cave sort of noticing it?
Only the three of you can sort of detect this disturbance in the blade.
Enter's gonna look over at Captain Ash and be like, "Do you have any ideas? You're the one with most experience at this point."
Captain Ash strokes his chin, and images of his father as they were working the carpentry on the ships, telling stories of intrepid sea adventurers wielding different swords and the many villains they would face on the many ports of call they do. And I rack my brain to try and think if I've heard any stories of such sword. I'm going to attempt to do a lore roll. Stories of the Dreaming Sea?
In this particular case, your specialty does not apply.
Oh.
It's not
Do I
from
get
the Dreaming Sea.
Do I get a stunt bonus?
I'll give you 1 point.
Yes. Good work. It's really hard to stunt lore rolls. Okay, let's do this.
How hard can I think?
So intelligence lore roll, right?
Yes, please. So, like a second dice stunt would be like the noodle dance from that children's cartoon show, who I forget the name of now.
10 successes. Your swords belong to me.
Now I have to come up with a sword. No, seriously.
Oh no! Uh-oh, we lost Shock. Oh, he's back.
Sorry about that. I accidentally closed the window because I'm smart.
You got distracted by Floof. It's okay.
Yes, let's blame the dog for this. That's what he's good for.
You can't deny it.
This weapon, Ash, exactly fits the description of a weapon from outside of the Dreaming Sea, sort of far off to the west, across the lands, further towards the center of creation, the Blessed Isle, known as the Herald of Thorns. The stories that you know haven't said much about the sword itself. It's not sort of known for anything in particular, just the significance of the blade itself. It's sort of like a weapon that is used in the coat of arms, and almost like the crown jewels, like we would here in England, not here in England, but here on Earth, England. It's like a treasure that's sort of just kept, that's meant to be used to symbolize the ruling monarch. And yet here it is, randomly amongst these items, that has that same terrified scream.
Which monarch was it in particular? Is it the Scarlet Empress or
Any of the monarchs of Thorns.
Oh, Fawns, as in actual
Not the
Fawns.
Scarlet Empress, no.
You mean Fawns as in the sea?
Thorns.
Jeez. I mean, I've heard about the bad news about Fawns, right? Everybody heard about, probably around this area or even close to Fawns, would probably have had refugees or heard terrible stories. Jeez. Okay. Wow. That is huge. So is it black jade, or is it as I look closer, will I see weird faces on it?
It is black jade.
Okay.
It is not soulstone.
Not that Captain Ash would really know, but I guess. Okay, so it's not cursed or anything. I could pick it up safely, right? Or...
Yeah, you can pick it up.
Safely is to be determined.
Ash tentatively picks up the blade and says that this is the Blade of Fawns. This is a symbolic blade from the City of Fawns, meant to be symbolic of the monarchy. It's on their coat of arms. It's really, really odd if this is the genuine article. Do I believe it is from what from the scraps of knowledge and my... I mean, I guess...
There's no reason not to.
Yeah,
other than it's really odd that it's here and not there.
I mean, I guess that Fawns did get attacked, so maybe it was stolen away, but this is really bizarre. I mean, this is unusual. Really unusual. I can't understate it. Why. I can't think why it'd be here.
All through your explanation, Cheshire's like, what? 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 Because the sword's screaming.
Yeah. Ash will speak louder.
Look,
It's a really rare and unusual sword from Fawns. I don't know what it's doing here.
this is way out on a limb, but someone attempted to commit an act of mass destruction using Adorai and Champur. Could the sword have been intended for a similar use? I mean, why else would it be out here in the city? This is not it's not a bolt of silk. It's not like some pin-sized gem that the mayor of a small town will trade around. This is the crown jewel of one of the most prosperous cities in the Inland Sea.
That makes a lot of sense. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
It's not just ornamentation. This is also a dangerous weapon. Lost eggs across this direction would pay vast sums of money to get their hands on this, regardless of the source's pedigree and point of origin.
Yes, that's also true. Armistice. Can you hear me?
As you sort of turn to sort of address the camp and call Armistice over, you notice that everyone has sort of stopped their frivolity and is just staring at you. It occurs to you that this scream that the sword seems to be emitting, nobody else can hear it. So you just be sort of, you have to scream almost or shout loudly to hear each other over its sort of psychic wail. But everyone else in the camp can hear you just fine, and there's just been sort of watching you sort of shout at each other about this rare and beautiful sword and everything that entails. So Armistice sort of just slowly comes over and, friends, are you all right? It's difficult to hear him because he's not speaking up.
Could Edsa, you talk to him. My throat's getting dry, and he pours out a little bit of rum for his...
Cheshire takes the sword from Captain Ash, puts it back in the golden jewel pile, and starts covering it up again. Does that make the screaming stop?
Once it's covered with golden jewels, you can no longer hear the screaming, although you suspect that it is merely muffled.
Sorry, that, and Etzer will kind of address everyone, that may have looked a little strange, but for those of us more sensitive to the essence of creation, those of us attuned to powers strange and unknown to normal men, we are sensitive to similar things. To our ears, the sword screams like an angry, toothing child. So we apologize for our loudness.
That thing? Oh, I thought it was merely a useless ornament. It was too unwieldy to use as a real weapon. Discarded it on the pile and covered it up. Ghastly thing.
I fear it may be being attempted to be used as a sorcerous weapon against neighbouring city-states. by Yashir. Although probably Etza will have a better inkling, being more familiar with Yashir and their tactics.
It's a weapon. Beyond its shape as a blade.
Oh, yes.
Maybe
In the
a
right
weapon. Maybe. Because we're sensitive to it, and we were the ones that heard the screaming. Did you not hear the screams?
No. No, I did not, I'm sorry. Although, maybe not so sorry.
I wonder if this is supposed to cause screaming within those that are tuned to the supernatural. Would it instead be a weapon made in Ysir against sorcerers? Looks over to Etzer, like, maybe?
Possibly. I mean, weapons of these calibers are rumored to have all sorts of strange and wondrous gifts, but why would it then react negatively to Captain Ash?
I suspect that it may be possible that this would be deployed against a place with significant ones touched by the dragons. I mean, it'd be very highly prized, like you said, by Lost Eggs or the Saltrop. How far are we from the what are they called? The Saltrop State, is it?
You said, Prasad, you're thousands of miles. Thousands.
Okay, it wouldn't make sense. Like, is there another city where it's kind of more under realm influence around here that would make in the direction that it's traveling? Or would like
Not directly under realm influence, no.
No.
In fact, even Prasad is sort of only notionally a satrap.
Yeah.
A satrapy. It's
Yeah, and they're about 1,000 miles away.
Maybe against spirits then? I don't know. It seems very odd. I think we should.
Could the sword...
It is a weapon that could be deployed.
I would be very reluctant in deploying this weapon, even against our enemies. Given what befell Shampur, I would not wish to toy with such things.
Well, I don't suggest that we use it for such a gross and overwhelming waste of its potential. I mean, we liberated Adare, and she has served you quite adequately ever since. I don't see why we couldn't use the blade in a similar way.
More than adequate.
That's right.
Oh, sorry, only Ash hears that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like a servant as if you're a servant. Companion. I mean, it's a companion.
What happens? I'm gonna try and dig it back out and try and attune to it.
Oh, jeez. That might be the thing that sets it off.
Take my power. Your essence just falls into a black hole. Keeps going until you hit 0. It's cursed! Cursed, I say!
Attuning to the... I mean, as soon as you unearth it from the golden gems once again, it's screaming is loud in your ears once more. It's difficult to hear the people next to you. Attuning to it doesn't seem to offer you any kind of protection. You don't feel any presence from the blade at all. Doesn't seem to be any power emanating from it, just this constant psychic scream. There's no sort of emotion or feeling, just this constant terror. but it's not fear. It's something else entirely. Something you're unfamiliar with.
Are you talking?
We can't hear you. I don't know if you muted your mic.
Oh yeah, sorry. So is it a kind of just general terror, or does it feel like it's focused or directed at a specific thing?
I it's a terror you haven't felt, as I mentioned.
Okay.
It is terror. Something is terribly wrong, something very disturbing, but without knowing the blade any better, or without being able to sort of commune with it properly, you would have no other way of sort of discerning the nature of its terror.
Esther will kind of look over at Captain Ash with a confused look on his face and just kind of shrug and say, "Any suggestions?"
Are you going to stroke more swords?
I do have a idea. Elkavash.
Yes.
I can add senseless, tasteless subjects to my scent library and items to my taste index merely by smelling them and reference how they taste by smell alone. I'm wondering if, because it's a sentient sword, or maybe sentient, I'm wondering if I could attempt to do a scent mood on it and try and work out if I could get to the bottom through that. If that would work, I don't know.
The blade itself isn't actually sentient.
Oh, okay.
The sort of semi-sentience that Adri has is unique to that blade itself. It has a certain sort of personality about it. Most other artifact weapons of this type don't have such inbuilt sentiences. They're not alive, so to speak.
Is there a spirit within the sword? Because I've got spirit detecting lance still active because we're still at the sort of camp scene, aren't we?
Yeah, no spirits within the sword.
Okay. Interesting.
Emma is very interested in what's going on, so just looming over Cheshire's shoulder.
You know what?
Draping a hand against his other.
I'm going to turn and face Emma Glow and go, do you have any idea what's going on with this?
Now who is he talking to?
Amberglow answers you, except its voice is so soft you can't hear it over the screaming of the blade.
I can't hear it over the blade. Oh, I muffle it. I try and muffle it so I can hear, and then cut my ear and see if she repeats it.
Cheshire's like, who are you talking to?
Me.
Chill runs down Cheshire's spine again. Okay. Cheshire takes the blade again, puts it back under the golden jewels so that the screaming will stop. The scream hurts in his head. He's already going through some withdrawal. That's just adding to the problem. Okay. So Captain Ash is talking to you. When did you get here again?
Cheshire. Must we really go over this again? I'm always with you.
Oh, so that... Okay. So that's a literal statement.
What else would I have meant?
You're right. I was foolish to believe it just saying. Now, Captain... What?
If you'd be so kind as to repeat yourself now that the sword has been quiet, I'd be much interested in your words of wisdom.
You wanted to know what it was.
That is true, yes.
It is another test, as I understand it.
Poor Etzard's probably in the corner. Like, what
Yeah, he's
the
like-
hell is going on?
He's like, what are we talking to now?
Sensing that Etzer can't hear what they're speaking to, Armistice takes comfort in that and sort of just stands near him and says, "It is good to know that not all of you are crazy all of the time."
You have to be a lunatic to be sane in this world.
A test. A test of their process. A test of their theory. And a test that has worked so well, so far.
I imagine there would be 7 such tests. And I imagine you may have an interest in these tests as well. Are they attempting to bring back... Ooh, what's his name? Baelor. From the Fey Great Crusade.
When you say the name Baelor, the color drains from Amber's face. Shall we not speak of that thing any longer?
As you wish.
Can Cheshire see Amber or just hear it?
Just here.
Could he hear any change in Amber's tone?
Yes.
Okay, so as Cheshire hears Amber's tone go from its regular self to one of fear, one that he's heard only once before, color drains from him. What's going on?
It's only a theory, but it seems that I presume Yashir are doing tests. I suspect that they're trying to manipulate the wild or the nature of the Fae. Adori's emotions were manipulated to create powerful effect. I'm not sure, but I suspect they correspond to 7 legendary figures that may have passed through here in times way past. And perhaps they're trying to rekindle the sense, or take control of the sense, or interact with that legacy somehow. And this is a second such attempting. The scream is perhaps an emotion of a different flavour, not like whatever Adori was like, abandonment, terror, horror. This is a different flavour perhaps. Although I can't be certain, I suspect that I might be along the right lines. Which means there are probably more of these items scattered across the Dreaming Sea, and I feel it's our obligation to seek them out and stop the test. Or maybe this is just a prelude, a dry run, like a ship testing the water for the first time. Perhaps something bigger and worse is yet to come once these tests have been achieved.
The good captain is astute. I had not assumed you ready for such conversations yet.
Then explain, because we are all ears.
As I told the good Etza, I abhor the disharmony to be brought upon the sea. I like this world very much the way it is, and I do not wish to see that change. Those responsible would see it change greatly. And I assume seek to influence those with the power to see it done. Chia very well may be your enemy, but so may Champor, so may Varai, and so may the good armistice standing here before you. Really, you have no way of knowing yet.
If I said to you, Amberglow, cinnamon is thick in the air here, would you know what I'm referring to?
The only mind here I know more than my own is Cheshire. It is very comfortable in here with all these memories.
So me is creeped out. Cheshire's frustrated. I will
I
find a
told
way.
Etza, and I expected him to tell you. When you return to Champor, speak with Taka. He knows what you need to know.
Sorry, making a quick note.
We should conclude our business here and try and do what we can, but we must. I feel urgency is important. I don't feel comfortable dwindling more than a couple of days here, and then we shall make straight for Champor.
Captain,
Yes, Amber?
If you would indulge me. Does my dear Cheshire look hungry?
Chester's gonna turn to, well, he can't turn to Amber, so probably just turn toward wherever the voice he thinks it's coming from. Bite your tongue. I'm fine.
You don't feel fine.
I am guessing he's not hungry for my cooking.
Don't
You could
listen.
help.
Don't listen to it. Visibly, you can see Cheshire's really uncomfortable and frustrated. Like someone airing your dirty laundry to the world.
With that, Ash takes a little bit of a sniff, senses that you're uncomfortable. Well, there's been a lot to think on. I am going to excuse myself from this conversation and ponder this. As I'm sure you are aware, there's important schemes afoot. I must decide on how we proceed.
Well, now that the conversation that sort of nudges at that we're not privy to is over, perhaps you wouldn't mind sharing.
Did you say Amber? Like Amber Glow?
Believe that's the name of Cheshire's friend. The question mark hangs in the air there, as Ash is not really sure what label to assign Amber Glow.
Ether's eyes kind of darts about, and he raises his walking stick kind of funny. He's like, "Is it still here? I told that fiend that I would stay with Skullin if he came back. Where's he at?"
Oh. I feel that, like many things to do with the Fae, what appears to be may not be so, and what so may not be what it appears to be. I think that for the foreseeable time we may be stuck with the company of Cheshire's friend, and that may be both a boon and a curse, or perhaps a mixture of both, as often is the way of the Fae.
Don't sound so disappointed.
It's not disappointment you're hit.
Cheshire might. Well, no, we're not talking about that, are we?
You're not hearing disappointment, Amber, just pragmatism and the reality of the situation.
Cheshire turns back to the captain. Well, at least we both know that your constitution is strong enough to not have your mind shattered, at least. Can you see Amber? Because you spoke to it first.
Ash hesitates, the words tickling his tongue. I feel like I am seeing a mirage through a lens of sorts. I'm peering across the veil that is slung over our world. It's, I believe, been awoken in me since our meeting with the lady in our last port of call.
The goddess?
Quite, yes. Maybe I'm more attuned to things now. I do have, and he sort of shows a little bottle of tears which he holds close to his heart. A little string pendant.
Well, at least I'm a little more aware of my current situation than I was before. I thought it was just a sinking feeling, but should have known. Amber's always one for its word.
We are always our own best deceivers, Cheshire.
Cheshire was just like living in denial for the last several days, and that's just all gone.
Ash can see Amber sort of lean right down next to Cheshire and speaks to him, but speaks through the connection they share, so even your enhanced senses can't hear. If you don't eat soon, Cheshire, I might have to take the liberty for you. I don't want you wasting away. I love you too much for that.
Cheshire snaps back at where the voice is coming from. I will take care of my problems when I see fit, and you will not do it for me, at least in this instance. The only thing that Etzer and Captain would have seen is Cheshire suddenly straightening and turning in frustration and anger and doing a small mutter.
Armistice, who now has an arm around Etz's shoulder, feeling very precluded from what's going on, just swigs at some wine and offers it to him. Does this happen often?
I've only been with them for a little over a week, and yes, more often than I find enjoyable.
Then come, let us have our own discussion of the days ahead. We
Let's.
spoke of infiltration, sort of just ushers you away with his arm around your shoulder.
Well, yes, if we can't scale the walls, if we cannot break down the gates, then I think it's best to have them let us in.
And once you're inside, what do you plan?
Etzer kind of looks over his shoulder and makes sure that Ash and Cheshire are outside of earshot, and he turns and he gives Armistice a very serious look. Kill them all.
Woo! That escalated quickly.
He proffers the wine again. You and I think very much alike.
When you destroy a tree, most people think you just take an axe to it and chop it down. It'll still grow back over time. You have to dig down deep and kill it at the roots. Pull up every trace of it out of the ground. If you're going to do something, half measures won't cut it.
There's not much more to occur tonight, so if anyone has any particular people they want to speak to or interactions they want to have or discussions amongst yourselves about your plans you tend to move forward with, now would be a good time to discuss that.
Could I make a box for the sword to sort of, so you can transport it, but attempt to like dampen the screams and sort of secure it away, so like it'd be obvious if somebody tries to steal it away from us, or at least make it harder.
The only thing that will dampen its screams is if it is surrounded by like wealth, like jewels and coins and things. So you could make a box to and carpet the bottom of it with jewels and coins, lay the sword in that, and then cover it up and then close the box.
If Armistice Spring gives us permission to do that, I will do it. I'll try and obviously relay the importance I think this will play in Dreaming Sea. And
he has no interest in the riches, so he's more than happy to let you do whatever you need.
Sweet. I will do that then. Do you want me to roll for it? Or...
are you making it? Is it a special? Or is it just like a wooden box?
I'd kind of like to make it so it's hard for. I guess I need a lock for that, wouldn't I?
You could.
I make it.
Ask.
Actually, wait a minute. If they take it out of the box, it's going to make a scream anyway, isn't it? Let's face it.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. I don't need to worry. No, it's just a box. It's just a box. It's going to be.
Okay. No roll then. I'll give you 2 silver.
Yeah. Fantastic.
We now have a terrible alarm clock.
Yeah.
Anyone else for tonight?
As much as Cheshire doesn't want to admit it, Amber's right. And he doesn't want it to come to the part where he gets taken over again. So he's going to find some inhabitants in the camp that are more intoxicated than usual. He'll pull them around a fire and give a small performance, probably out away from everyone else. Since let's say that they're the happy kind of drunk, he's gonna boost those feelings of happiness. He's gonna ask them what kinds of things they enjoy, and based on what he receives, he'll cultivate a story that would make them laugh, joyous, bust a gut, and fall over out of their seats. So once his performance is done, and if it's successful, it would boost their any ties they have toward happiness or the memories that call up happiness, and then would consume those as sustenance.
What does happiness taste like?
Personally, probably close to honey. Something exquisitely sugary.
I think we had discussed this, and the answer is rhubarb.
If that's canon, oh, this sucks.
I want nothing but misery from now on. Get this flavor out of my mouth.
Misery just tastes like shots.
As you take the emotion in and feel it, and it's vivacious within you, it warms the throat and the belly like a nice warmed mead. You experience some flashes of memory from them. it's not just the emotion that you're able to sup upon here, it's the thoughts and the memories that have engendered this emotion as well. And as you drink and swallow and consume, you can almost feel like you were, as you say, drinking honey. And that warmth, as it spreads down and sort of suppresses that edge, and that calm starts to overtake you, and it spreads out throughout the rest of you. There's a moment where you're just taken by it, and you look down at your hands, and you could swear they glowed like amber. And in that moment, as you sort of lower your hand, you can see those who you just feasted from, sort of sitting around, a little unsure, despondent, that the happy drunk that they had is gone, sort of slipping into a almost depression. It's not that they've forgotten what makes them happy. It's worse. They remember being happy. They remember having memories that made them happy. But now all they can feel is that they're gone. And they can't for the life of them remember what it was.
Cheshire, after he's done taking stock, that his own hands reminded him of amber glow, and that the group of people that he just feasted from aren't recovering like the others. That kind of shocks him. He gets teary-eyed. He kind of tries to hug himself as he backs away from the fire. He hopes that their drunken stupor will cause them to just forget what happened, and maybe it just takes longer for the emotion to come back. And he's going to continue trying to hug himself and move quickly away from them.
As he sort of pulls his arms around tighter around himself, and he turns and steps away from the firelight and sort of wanders out into the dark. He bumps into Amber. And there's no malice in his presence. He just stoops down, sort of kneeling before you, such that your heads actually are at the same level. And he wraps his arms around you, leans his head on your shoulder, and says that he is sorry. He never wanted you to feel like this, and he tried to warn you. And he's worried that you don't trust him anymore, and he'd like to change that.
Cheshire continues to try to hold himself, but when Amber Glow wraps its arms around him, he can't help himself, and reciprocates the hug, starting to cry into Amberglow's shoulder. I don't want this. I don't want to leave people without feeling.
Then don't let yourself starve so long.
I didn't think this would happen. I thought could just once in a while, once a day. I'm gonna be like this for the rest of my life, aren't I?
I'm sorry. Cheshire. I am truly very sorry.
Meanwhile, elsewhere.
Are we, anybody else got anything to do, or should we cut to the morning and this great infiltration?
Well,
The next morning. Yes, sorry.
Before we get into this, just to cover my tuchus, would you consider what we're planning on doing as a plot to confuse or undermine local law enforcement or criminal syndicates?
Absolutely.
All right, I want to activate master plan meditation.
Go for it.
But first, I'm going to reflexively throw up living shadow preparedness, which lets me roll wits plus larceny, and I double my successes, and then I get to apply them to another larceny or stealth roll.
That's charm.
I want all the contingencies.
For the folks who are watching, Master Plan Meditation is a larceny charm that essentially allows the user to bank successes that they can spend on sort of changing the environment around them such that the player sort of retroactively rewrites parts of the scene such that they can safely say that their character had planned for this all along and can sort of influence the story in small ways, but he has only so many successes to use on it, which is why he's going to make the roll now and why he's tried to boost it with another charm to increase the amount of successes that he got.
So I'm going to use full excellency.
Wow. We're serious about this infiltration. Jeez, folks.
A lot of these contingencies cost a lot of points, so
Yeah.
I want the most I can get out of it.
I feel that things are going to get real serious real soon. Oh my gee, that is a really good roll, folks. I mean, that is 14 successes I'm counting, unless you double nines or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, 14 successes on 19 dice. That's better than average. Just a little bit.
Just a little. Just a little. Sorry, Cheshire, I did miss something with you. What you have done to them is more of an inspire than an instill. Sort of dredged up the memories, and that acts as if a major intimacy level. So I'll give you 3 sorceress motes for that.
Sweet. Thank you.
You've ruined people's lives, so you get 3 motes. Good bargain. Who knows? Sorcery, folks. Captain Ass isn't the sorcerer. Yet.
So, unfortunately, due to dice cap limits, I can only take access to, I think, 5 of those 14 successes.
Wow.
Well,
Sorry?
Actually, I double the successes, so I have like something like 20, but I have to use them all in one singular roll. I can't partition them out, so I got way more successes than I can use. But now for the real roll.
This is Etzer complaining about being too
right, of
successful. I got too many successes, folks. Don't want them.
I'm assuming you're able to afford all of this with just your personal essence.
Oh no, I'm at the back of a cave glowing. I'm Etzer's remembering the horrible story that Cheshire told him, and about how he kind of had to admit that he's made no progress on his revolution. Everything else has been kind of swings and misses so far. His source has dried up. The city he was supposed to make his deal in, he kind of had to flee in the middle of the night. This is kind of ground zero for him, and he needs to make sure he doesn't screw this up. So he's really investing a lot into this.
So I can be clear, is Etzer making these plans with Armistice, or has he sort of just wandered off to the back of a cave on his own? And he is just twiddling his thumbs, thinking about things a lot.
He's kind of twiddling his. He pictures himself a mastermind and a king of machination. So he's doing the stereotypical mustache twirling villain thing in the back of a cave, which now glows not exactly like the sun, but pretty darn bright.
How far up are you animal-wise?
Oh, actually, no. I only had to spend 6 months for that because I didn't have to use any excellency. So his forehead's glowing. Bling.
Giving you a -2 dice to all stealth rolls.
Yes, I will have 10 points in my contingency pool.
10, folks. 10. Okay. So, Armistice and Etzer sort of vanish off to some other corner of the camp to make plans, and Cheshire has his moments. Ash finishes construction of this box, fills it with what he needs, places the sword inside, and covers it over. And as he's sort of carving this thing, he can feel Addery worry. It's a dangerous thing, Captain.
Do you think it's more dangerous in our hands or the enemy's?
It's a dangerous thing, Captain.
Do you think we could destroy it?
It's a dangerous thing, Captain.
Thank you, Edere. I appreciate that sentiment. I'll be careful.
I am a dangerous thing, Captain.
Dangerous to me, though, Edere?
There's more to you than you. And I'm a dangerous thing, Captain.
That's reassuring, Edere. It's reassuring. No, it's actually
the next
really
morning, once everyone has...
Let's face it, Ash is not gonna lie. It's like, yeah, it's really no. Ashley is unnerving, Edere. I'm not gonna lie, it's unnerving.
She doesn't have much more to say on the topic. It's just seemed to be a... It's not like a threat, it's more of concern.
Yeah, sounded like an automated message. It's like, you have triggered this subroutine, Captain. Things are dangerous. Danger! Danger, Will Robertson! Danger! It's like, thanks.
Addery isn't like this fully grown sentience or anything like that. It's like the series of feelings and impressions living within the blade itself. You don't really have full conversations with it. It's
Wow. So one-sided relationship. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Andrew? Pouring all this love and attention into you? You're just not reciprocating. It's fine.
You shouldn't be questioning how much Adri loves you.
No. She loves me. Thanks. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Apart from, like, Saren, Lady
Talia.
I mean, totally remembered his name. The morning.
Never question it.
So the next morning, once everyone is ready and refreshed, surprisingly, Cheshire, you have had the best sleep you have had in months tonight.
I have to ask, did Cheshire feel like he was being held that evening?
Yes.
Love it.
Okay. It all makes sense. Cheshire's like he has a skip and a step the following morning. Not like jolly, hey, hello new world. How do you do? More just, okay, that was good. I had a good cry. Let's keep going. What do we have today?
The preparations are made, and one of the wagons, all of the wagons have been unloaded, sort of food distributed and stored away into the caves. The fine silks and treasures and whatever sort of loaded onto the wagons back again. And the captain's box. I have one question before we proceed too much further. Cheshire, did you bring the chalice?
Yes. I meant to
Where are you?
that last session as we unpacked it. It would have gone into the back of the caravan, the one that I was
Okay.
sleeping on.
Sorry, one moment.
No worries. Exa.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should take the streaming sword with us. I feel like we're probably in a better position to protect it or deal with it should it decide to act like Edare did previously.
I agree. It's probably safest in our possession. And we don't want to risk it falling into the hands of those who would use it for nefarious reasons.
Although we are taking it into the heart of a city with exactly those kind of people, so there isn't... I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a little bit of reluctance with this course of action, but it seems to be the only path ahead of us.
Well, the way I see it is, the only way they'll lay hands on it is if they slay us all dead, and at that point, it won't really be our concern.
Oh. Well, that's a bright thought.
But let's make sure we don't let that happen, though.
I plan not to die
I've
today.
grown very attached to my head.
Yes, me too. Not your head, although it's a lovely head. My own I'm referring to, of course.
Phrasing.
It's going to take maybe 3 hours by wagon to sort of make your way down towards the border of where Chia really stands, and maybe another 20 minutes to get on, at which point you would be within view of its walls, and another 20 minutes to actually get towards it. Is there any final preparation anyone needs to do prior to the meeting at the gates?
I am just going to put Adori away in her nice little home I made for her, the sheath, so she's nice hidden away. And I'll read her a poem to sort of ease her any apprehension she has of being put into the sheath. But I'm sure she's quite comfortable there. It is made for her and her alone.
Talia wants to come with you. Do you let her?
Talia, I have no qualms with you coming long as you are aware it's going to be very dangerous. And are happy knowing the risks up front. I wouldn't want to see any harm come to you.
She has clearly got an enormous hangover. Like she was stonkered last night, and she's trying her best to be as regal and noble and ladylike as possible, and failing.
I've got just
tried to sort of brush ahead.
I got just the thing, and he whips out his cooking things, gets his glass out. He's putting in some herbs in there. He's mixing it up, turning it into a paste, putting stuff. It fizzes over and erupts. Fizzy gets an egg, cracks it open in there. This is what you need. Trust me.
She looks like she's going to snap at Ash, that she's going to say something. But when you're hungover as heavily as she is, some things just stop mattering. Just stares at this cup of half frothing paste. So just puts out a hand and takes it. Suppose is the best she can manage as a rejection of the idea of Ash, whilst actually acknowledging the fact that he is helping her, and sips at it, decides that it tastes foul, and chugs it down as best she can. Ugh.
Do you want me to roll with it? Because I actually do want to help sober her up, because I'm concerned about her safety.
Yeah, if you like. If you want to make this an official thing, it'll be a basic project. So
Yeah.
the difficulty is just one. It's a hangover cure. It's not that big a deal.
Cool. I'll pour some essence in there, and I'm spending a dot of willpower.
Damn, no botch.
Okay, so that's 7
Put
dice.
a lot of effort into this cocktail.
I mean, I take my maths very seriously. Did I get any stunt dice from my description?
Yes, I'll give you one.
Nice.
As in 1 point.
Yeah. That's cool. 9.
Spending a willpower. He's like, this is the drink of the gods.
You will be cured.
6 successes.
6 successes. Well, you certainly beat the difficulty by at least 3. Have you created a clear in-game advantage?
I hope so. I hope that will mean she won't suffer penalties while we're doing this dangerous mission. Due to being
Have you
hangover.
created an intimacy in someone?
That depends on Talia, whether she's like getting... they're shifting more into my favour or forgetting. I don't know. That's your decision.
Have you fulfilled one of your own intimacies?
Yeah, I have a minor tie of proudness towards Talia for undergoing the adventurous life, so I feel like it's playing off that pride in her and looking after her safety as she's adventuring with us. I don't know if that makes sense at all.
That's 9 silver. 9? Oh, jeez, I forget now. Hang on.
I think it's usually 2 per thing, and then
Normally 2. Is it doubled? 12 then. 12.
I think it's I think it might only be at an X. Oh yeah, it's doubled. Okay, 12. Yeah, that sounds right. Nice.
I'm so happy you're familiar with that.
I presume this is as we're before we sort of journey on the road in the morning.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Cheshire, you'd be cognizant of her sudden shift of mood towards Ash. It's not that this one drink has changed her mind, but it's certainly subdued her stubbornness. She's a little less anti-Ash now. The snide comments drop away. The constant journey to make fun of him at every turn sort of falls away. She isn't sort of smitten with him or sort of deciding to jump to bed or anything like that, but she's forgiven him his manness.
As I can tell, there's a sort of change in her demeanour. I invite her to like peruse the book I'm writing, if she's interested in it at all.
Can you tell? What's your read intentions?
I've got my scent base, so I can scent base read emotions, so I'm not sure if I can do that at whim, as there's a limit to it, so it's up to Elk how that plays out, whether I'm...
It would change the way that you interact with the read intentions action, in that, you know, you could do it without necessarily conversing with somebody, but you'd still need to do a read intentions. Don't bother rolling, though. She's not going to employ her guile or anything like that. You can tell that she's less snippy at you.
I guess it would be pretty obvious that I'm not being ash-bashed.
But the moment that you start talking about this wonderful book that you've written, that curtain sort of falls across her face a little bit.
If she does look...
Thank you, Ash. I think I'll pass.
That's a shame, because it's about you.
No. Thank you. I'll pass.
I just find this whole interaction too entertaining.
That's pretty much me done for the journey.
Is there any particular plans for the journey down?
Not particularly. I forget. Did we find what was possibly triggering the effect on the walls?
We're about to examine it.
All right, find out firsthand.
I like answer. You filled us in your plan at all, or you know?
It's
We'll find out.
gonna be formed as we go.
Okay,
The
fantastic.
magic of the charm is that he doesn't have to tell you now. He can tell you later.
Fantastic. Yeah, I totally planned that.
I always plan for this.
It's good. Yeah.
So the caravan sort of just trundles down. The people in the caravan are sort of this mix of excited and calm. The celebrations from last night seems to have relaxed everybody. This sort of select team of people sort of done up as merchants and the merchants' guards, sort of trundling their way down the road. When you approach the walls themselves, you find no sign of the sort of change of ground or wall that was described by Armistice before. And when you get to the wall itself, the doors seem to... You can hear a call of a guard on the other side saying, you know, "The wagon on the road, you know, open the doors." The doors open up, revealing the city behind, as the wagon is allowed to trundle through. It's not a very heavily guarded gate. There's only a couple of guys here. And as the wagon moves through the gate and it closes behind, you can see that there's sort of no mechanism or anything. Normally you'd have a team of about 6 people sort of opening and closing this thing, but it just seems to be doing it on its own. One of them sort of comes down from the wall and approaches the wagon and looks up to the driver. "You have delivery for Chia?"
Well, it is why we are here. I hope we came to the right city.
Excellent. And without asking for any details about who it is or anything like that, it just sort of gives you directions, says to sort of go down the main road and sort of towards the end, there will be like this a large estate towards the center of the city. That's where the sort of the mayoral palace sort of is. And the way this city is set up, the streets are all cobblestoned, kept fairly well. It's not as immaculately clean as Varai was, but it does lack people and like pets and animals and things. There, you may find a few birds sort of perched on a few rooftops, but there's sort of no stray cats or dogs wandering around. There aren't people milling about the streets. It seems very empty, sort of devoid of crowd, almost ghostly. But the guards seem perfectly normal, well enough. They're friendly. They give you directions to sort of head down the main road and take a right here and a left here, and head towards the warehouses where you can unload the wagon and collect your pay. They seem to infer that this is a regular occurrence that they go through every now and then. Don't ask for any sort of identification or papers or anything like that. They're just going to let you through. And unless anyone wants to interact with the guard specifically, that goes back up to the wall and watches you trundle off down the street.
No interaction from Cheshire. Just as we pass through the gate, Cheshire's going to look around for any other citizens or non-military personnel going about the streets. Is it like empty and strictly regulated as far as who can move where at what time? Or is it completely abandoned?
The city doesn't have an abandoned feel. You can tell that there are people here. There's smoke coming from chimneys and sort of soft candlelight wafting from some of the windows where it would be darker inside. But no one in the streets. Just freely moving about. There would be tasks to be had, bread to be baked, grain to be milled, and any of the normal little functions of the city that would normally be taken care of by the littler people, the people on the lower rungs of the society, so to speak. The workmen are absolutely devoid here. The streets aren't sort of filled with filth, but they certainly haven't been cleaned in a while. There are no lanterns in the streets that have been lit or being darkened. It's just the sun and what little candlelight they have inside.
And what time of day is it?
It would be mid-morning, so like 10.
Okay.
Elk, I'm going to try and catch the scent in the wind as we go through like the more lower class district, and try and see if there's a prevailing sort of scent of fear, or try and engage the mood of the populace as I go along, if that's okay, as the scent carries out from their home.
The scent of the people here in the city is not pervasive enough for you to get a real read on their mood from here.
Yeah.
Unless you want to support it with charms that extend your
It's got
range
half a
of-
mile radius for scent-based stuff. So, I mean,
RIP headphone users.
sorry, is that loud?
It came through for a sec. I was like, whoa, okay.
Using her sense of smell extends her range for doing so up to half her essence, rounded up in miles. So I've got about a mile worth of scent, so range of my scent. So I don't know if that's enough or it needs further augmentation. Oh, that's only for survival-based roles. Track or hunt food and using her sense of smell. Water using her sense of range for doing so. Okay, no, so maybe I'm happy to like kick some motes into it though, using unsurpassed senses if that will help.
Unsurpassed would be enough to get a
Fantastic.
good sense. Like my impression is that like if you were to track somebody, you could smell them from up to a mile away,
Yeah,
but you wouldn't be able to get a good read on their mood
No,
unless you were personally.
definitely, that makes sense. Absolutely. So that's 5 motes. I'll spend and last for a scene. Yeah, just gonna bonfire, guys. Is that cool? Like, I mean, I'm sure you guys don't mind, right? What does this do? Unsurpassed.
This very dramatic sniff, and all of a sudden he's glowing.
Perfect form.
Like full anime nosebleed going on. Those air molecules just shredded your nostrils.
Fantastic. So I get double 9s on this roll, and any 6s get re-rolled until they cease to appear. Let's do this, folks. I'm not going to stunt it. So it's perception plus awareness. It's 8.
Yep.
Do I choose to kick in my excellency?
While Ash is working that out, if Etzer and Cheshire want to do anything?
Yeah, I want to make a note of how many soldiers I see, exactly what kind of equipment they're utilizing. I want to try and figure out exactly how big of a fight we may have gotten ourselves into.
Other than the guards on the wall, there are no other troops in the city.
Interesting.
How many guards are on the wall?
There was 2 at the gate. Ash, did you roll already?
Yeah, I'm going to have to re-roll some because it doesn't allow it. But at the moment I've got 9 successes.
The prevailing scent of the city is apprehension and fear.
Cool. What a dramatic music as well. I'm loving it. Okay, that I've got an extra 2 successes on top of that, so yeah, 12. So I don't know if that gives me any more. Oh, sorry, 11, I think. Yeah, 11. So I don't know if that gives me.
And as you approach the warehouse, cinnamon and brown sugar.
I will like lean over to Etzer, try and sort of say we should like subtly slow down the carriage. I get the same smell of cinnamon that I got in the camp. I fear whoever's been in the camp is also present in this warehouse. We should use caution. There may be a powerful being at work here.
It may be Kashim himself. If you remember on the ship, he constantly said he watches things. He may have the ability to project his senses out of his body.
Actually,
It could be an elemental that he's bound. It could be a great many things, actually.
Did Kashmir smell of cinnamon when I smelt him?
Oh, no, because I'm actually just about to cover that. Because the familiar scent of, like, curried fish sort of wafts into the... He's nearby and coming towards you.
Kashmir is approaching. We might want to hide our faces, I guess. I'm not very good at this kind of deception, Larky.
You have 1 minute.
We have a few moments.
So, Captain, are you sitting near Cheshire?
Yeah, can be. Sure, why not?
Okay, so if we're sitting side by side, Cheshire is going to... Well, are you making it known that we're coming across someone that knows our faces?
Yeah, I've said basically to Etzer and you, like if you're next to us, basically I smell the cinnamon and that Kashmir is approaching us and that we should be careful, we should be wary, we should hide our faces.
You have 30 seconds.
We have 30 seconds, folks. Etzer, do something.
Okay. Hey, hold. I'm gonna, Cheshire grabs Captain and Etzer's hands, and the clothes start crawling up their arms, and it's forming rough robes, similar coloring to what they had already on. So the evocation that I have allows me to generate clothes up to short range. So as long as I'm touching them, I can maintain that. But if I lose contact, I can't clothe them anymore. Is that fair?
Yeah.
So we all have hoods on now.
Around the corner from one of the streets comes Kashim Kasam himself. He's flanked on both sides by some guards, although he is by far the most physically imposing amongst them. Almost seems like he is escorting them, rather than the other way around. Welcome to my city! Don't be shy. Come, introduce yourselves.
Think Etzer's got this, Shock?
He's gonna try it. Sort of slipping into the tongue of Ysir, I'm going to keep my head down and say steed and keep everyone kind of there, and speak in their tongue and say, "The lords of the island have sent me. They are unhappy with your progress."
You're going to have to roll for that one.
Oh yeah, no,
High stakes opening gambit. I love it, folks. Jeez.
What stunt level is that?
I don't know.
I'm going to give you a 2.
That's pretty ballsy, yeah. Jeez.
That is bold.
and I'm going to use some excellency on this.
Yes, I think that's a good idea, dude.
Don't flash your forehead, please.
Yeah.
I can't hide that.
No, I'm only spending 2 peripheral. Thanks, Harmonious Presence. I assume this is manipulation.
Yes, manipulation presence. Are you going to be instilling him? Or are you going to be persuading him?
I'm going to try and do an instill action. Or no, so sort of an inspire. I want to have the fear of authority and bureaucracy just roll through him.
Okay.
Nice. Keep an eye on the roll, folks. This is an important one.
That will get me 5 successes.
That stance he was taking with the crossed arms slackens a little. You are from the country.
Where else would I be from? A flower
Like I
as
said.
rare as the two of us only grows in rare ground.
Like I said, do not be shy. Come and introduce yourself.
So, Etzer, if your head is low enough, the cloth around the hood on the inside is going to start crawling around your face to form a mask.
Excellent. I'm also going to activate Mastery of Small Matter, so I don't accidentally say something that just completely tanks this whole operation.
Like,
I'll counting to 3 in the proper way from Inglorious Bastards. 1 second, let me turn on the light in my bedroom.
So for anyone wondering what the mask looks like, it's not flesh colored. I can't make something as fine as that. I think that's outside the realm of possibility. So it's more like one of the flat masks, maybe a religious icon from Ysir would have worn.
So my character has decent lore and specialties in like geopolitics. So Ysir is like an extremely hierarchical society. Basically, you're either a sorcerer king or you're kind of a slave, but I'm pretty sure not all sorcerer kings are equal. Are there any sort of higher ranking groups or sort of Illuminati type organizations in their political structure?
I'm not necessarily running it explicitly by the book. I have my own image of Ysir, especially for this campaign. So Ysir is a macrocracy. You gain power by being a sorcerer, and everyone else below you sort of just serves your whims. And so the sorcerer lords of Ysir sort of rule over pretty much anyone who isn't a sorcerer. But they have their own pecking order amongst them. The more powerful a sorcerer you are, and there's no like yearly competition or anything like that. It's basically like if you can establish that you have more magical power and weight to you than anyone else, then you get to basically order them around, so long as they do what you say. So there's a lot of infighting amongst the lords, trying to curry favor and gain the support of your peers, such that a group of sorcerers can create a united front to one of their a common enemy, so to speak.
Okay.
They're not united by any means, except for the fact that they're all very, very, very proud of being the sorcerer lords of Ysir.
So I'm just going to look straight ahead at the barn where we're supposed to be distributing the goods and just in a low but angry voice mutter, "Since I've been called away from my home, every minute, every second has been a constant, hateful drain upon me. I hate the ugly horizon that I have to look upon here. I hate the ugly foliage and animals that they have scurrying about under my feet. Do not make me look at you, Kasir Kasan. Do not make me also hate you for your presence here."
Hot, spicy tamales.
His lip sort of curls into a frown.
Like
he
I
seems
said,
to consider he considers his words long and hard before speaking. Called or sent?
That's a sense motive moment right there, folks, I feel. Ooh, spicy question.
What is Etz's guile?
it is 4, but I'm debating spending some contingency points to bump that. Screw it. I'll leave it. I'm going to spend 2 motes. I'm going to bump it to 5.
Stunt.
Okay.
Stunt the defense. You're wearing a mask.
I saved my stunts for savage birds.
Oh. This is tense, folks. This is like...
Are you spending anything to increase it?
Yeah, I spent 2 months to bump it up to 5.
You could spend 3 to bump it up to 6. Harmonious presence, OP.
Oh, you are so right. I'm gonna do that. I keep forgetting about that -1 discount. Yes, dial 6.
Are you going to respond to his question?
He said cold or scent?
Yes. You said you were called away? And so he said,
Oh.
will you call or will you
Or
sent?
No one calls for someone of my caliber. I'm not a servant. This was a favor to someone.
I do not appreciate the other lords trying to undermine my authority in my city. If you have an inkling for chaos in my plans, you had best turn around now.
I've heard rumors of bandits in the region. Disrupting things. Hindering things. It is not I who have heard the whiff of chaos in your plans. It's everyone in this region. And tales spread. So, why don't you do me a favor, Kassan? Why don't you tell me exactly what your plans are? I want to hear it from your own lips. I want you to explain to me how you so deficiently understand what your orders are here, so I may better educate you on how you can serve the realm.
I like that, sir.
Savage.
Question me, no, I'll question you.
I
I'm
like
asking the question.
I like how he's begging the villain to monologue for him. Could you please monologue your plans, please?
Could you,
Yeah.
why don't you just pretend I'm strapped to some sort of horrible device and just tell me what you're doing here?
You sly dog, you got me monologuing. No. No, I think you will duel with me. And if you win, I shall tell you. And if I win, you shall serve me, as is our traditions.
A one-on-one duel, I assume.
Do I know the nature of their duels? I assume
You
it's
are
not
not.
a walk 5 paces and shoot each other, or...
It would be a magic off, essentially.
Okay, now how to do this without standing up. Very well. If I must be forced to such a debasing and juvenile activity, I will do so. When one is forced to tend to toddlers, they will be forced to play at children's games. But I am also making no effort to stand up or break contact with Cheshire.
So, L.
Looks up at you expectantly. Oh, sorry, yes?
Sorry. He's coming out of an alleyway, or maybe another road?
He sort of rounded the corner.
Okay. I have plans depending on how this goes.
Well, it might go pear-shaped real quick.
Then come down from your perch. Or are you a coward?
Alright, at this point I'm going to choose to not spend willpower to suppress some intimacies. So at that point I will stand up and break contact with Cheshire and jauntily hop down from the wagon and stand full in front of him and pose dramatically with my rack staff.
Oh no!
Infiltration, folks! Infiltrate! That was what this was sold to. Sold to this.
Infiltration works well until it's full of pride.
Ah, Mr. Sansariq. What a pleasure to see you again. His whole demeanor has changed.
So
For a
explain the
moment
rules of
there-
this.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
So explain the rules of these duels to me. I wish to beat you at your own game.
Like any duel, force your opponent to give in and admit your superiority. Are you game?
Absolutely.
He sort of rolls back his shoulders, and you can sort of hear the sort of the creaking and the cracking of his bones as his muscles sort of stretch out. He is a very large, very broad man. Sort of just gestures at the large, sort of open cobblestone area right in front of the warehouse. If you will indulge me,
Oh, after
I will
you.
have no interference in this, from your side or mine.
Agreed.
Well, walks over and he's carrying no weapons. He's just that sort of wrapped robe that he was wearing before, and his own body, that his dreadlocks almost sort of quivering with excitement.
He's a sorcerer. He doesn't just because he doesn't have a weapon doesn't mean he's unarmed.
Do you want to establish anything before this? Because otherwise, it's just roll join battle.
No.
If anyone want to set up anything or declare anything,
Are we gonna still say rogue, Cheshire?
I mean, with one of us out in the open, we could reveal ourselves. If you stand up, then Rouse is done. So,
I mean, I'm staying under that shroud as long as you'll maintain it. But I am watching keenly on. I believe is it still the same scene as the one we came into? Is it a new scene? I guess it's a new scene.
yeah.
Okay, no, fantastic. Okay, so my senses are really keen, so I'll be like, kind of watching Etz's back during this duel, trying to listen out for any telltale signs of like twanging of like crossbows or bows being strung or people moving in position.
Kasam is utterly confident in his ability to destroy Etza in whatever challenge they may be facing against each other.
Okay.
Whether that be physical or mystical.
okay. So just to kind of sanctify this, where are his men stationed? Like, I assume they're giving him a wide berth.
His men would be considered in short range to the wagon. The wagon would be considered in short range to the place where they're going to be dueling. The place where they are going to be dueling is going to be considered like close range to each other, and then the warehouse short range from that further still.
Okay. So, as Cheshire looks up from underneath the cowl, he's going to start whispering to himself. As he whispers, a ring of fire starts to dance its way around Etzer and around the other combatant, basically making an arena. On either side of the arena is... Well, let's do this. On one side, we'll have a river dragon, and on the other side, we'll have a tyrant lizard. If you are to duel, you must have a proper showing, should you not?
He looks up at the display and just laughs heartily, right down from the very pit of his gut. This deep, resonant. He's very amused and happy at the scene. Mr. Sansarik, if you would be so kind to start off.
Precisely. Very generous of you. And this gentleman is the show of a true person of character.
Button.
You
Button.
muted. You muted yourself.
Sorry. And as I'm sort of going into how generous and kind he is, sort of gesticulating with my walking stick, it's going to slide out through my palm until I'm just reaching the tip, using it at maximum like arc and fulcrum force to just club Kasim as strongly as I can in the temple.
We haven't even rolled joint battle yet.
I think we're starting now.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll say.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're going to open hostilities, we are rolling joint battle, and then if you go first, you will be attacking. But I'll give you a 1 point stun for your opening gambit.
Hooray!
Does anyone plan on interfering at all at any point?
I am kind of ready. Should it look like Kasim is going to kill him or strike a mortal blow, I will be ready to spring into action to defend Etzer.
Okay. I will ask you to roll joint battle, but for every action that you watch and do not participate, you will be bleeding initiative.
Okay.
Oh.
Kasim has rolled 6 on his joint battle, so he starts at initiative 9.
Let's see, what's joint battle again? God, we haven't done one yet, folks. This is
Wits plus awareness.
Wits plus awareness.
Damn, we go simultaneously.
Clash then.
Proper for a duel.
True, but I wanted to go. If I was one tick faster, I could activate a charm that I have.
Why am I typing wits awareness? God, plucky. Get your act together.
Cheshire, will you be joining or sitting back, just doing the presentation of the two forces fighting against each other?
Oh, I'll be joining. And I'm even spending some essence on this join battle. Seven. Well, 7 plus 3, so 10.
Whew.
Cool. Okay, that's 12 dice. Let's go, folks. Wow. That's double 9s at least. Okay. Very low. I'm going to be out of initiative order. That was a terrible roll.
4, and then plus 3. So,
not
puts
sure.
you at 7.
If the effect of any applies, it doesn't apply. I don't think Am I unsurpassed?
What's wrong? Sorry.
My sense of smell won't be relevant to this during battle roll for the awareness, so it's not applying. So I don't re-roll sixes. So it is just
What sense is enhanced?
my sense of smell and taste. So they're not really.
Okay, not that, but your the opening charm for awareness is
Yeah.
something like gives you double nines.
Yeah,
so that
yeah.
would apply.
That will, yeah, definitely. So I'm at 4 successes. God, Ash, you're slow. You can tell he's not really like wanting to interfere with this.
Cheshire.
Cheshire will stand to basically keep an eye over the fight. He's remaining on the cart, but will move to the back of it in more of an open area.
I will follow Cheshire because if I break contact, I lose my ropes.
Okay, so Cheshire is taking no other action though than just sort of positioning himself.
Let's do an inspire. So I'm gonna inspire Etzer with, "Come on! I know you can do it." No stunt die, but hey, whatever an inspire can happen to do.
Okay. Did you want to? Are you just trying to affect Etzer or?
Yeah, I'm just gonna infect Etzer this round.
Okay. Does Etzer have any specific memories of the people who have encouraged him in the past that he has taken a specific amount of encouragement from?
Yeah, he's got a tie towards the court due to their loyalty to him. That's actually kind of one of the few personal. He has lots of feelings about like political and social constructs, but the court's pretty much the only one that he like group of actual human beings that he has any real ties to.
Oh, wow, what do we chop liver?
And you.
Yeah.
Yes, one towards Captain Ash.
Oh, that's
What's
good.
your resolve?
3.
Resting?
He doesn't have to apply his resolve against encouragement.
No, but it'll give me some more dice.
Wow, folks.
He's trying to get motes back, aren't you?
That too, yeah. So my appearance is 6. What's your resolve?
Only 3.
Cool, that's an extra 3.
While you're sorting that out, Cheshire, Etzer, do you want to 7?
Successes.
Okay. Etzer, if you wanted to roll your attack, are we withering or are we decisive?
Is he... So, quick question. We're going on the same tick. Is he doing something other than attack, or is this a clash?
Yeah, you will end up clashing. He's going to rush you and try to grapple you.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, like I said, I lash out and I try and smash him right in the temple. I'm going to use Excellent Strike and Excellency.
So in a clash, the one that has the highest sort of attack roll wins and basically shatters the other's attack. So it's really important for Etzer to succeed here because it has a significant tactical advantage. Makes it home. Watching.
So Excellent Strike lets me reroll 1s and gives me 1 auto success.
Do it, do it.
So that is 8 successes.
Kashim, as I mentioned, sort of just rushes forwards as you sort of bring the staff around to sort of crack him in the skull. His arm comes up to protect his temple, and he doesn't sort of just push the staff away. His arm sort of just slides up along it and just wraps around as he sort of almost just spirals down it with his arm as he rushes forward, allowing him to sort of clap his large hand over the top of your own as he sort of pulls you into this headlock as he brings his other arm around the back of your neck and sort of forces you down onto the ground. He has rolled 11 successes on his attack.
Oh, snap!
Savage.
Oh
savage.
no, that's a grapple.
Now, you have lost the clash, and he's not making a decisive attack. But this penalizes your defense a bit more. I think it's an extra 2, and he gets bonus damage against you as well.
Yep.
Now I need to roll his 6 successes is enough to establish the gambit, which means he spends 4 initiative.
I thought gambits had to be done as decisives.
They do.
It does. Well, it's not a decisive attack. It's a gambit, but it's rolled like a decisive, so he doesn't get his accuracy. Anyway, so he spends 4 because that's the difficulty of the gambit, so that drops him to 5. And then he's going to roll to establish control. So your strength or your dexterity plus your brawl, please.
Might be an idea to stunt if you can. This is getting hairy pretty fast. I'm worried about you, buddy.
Yeah, as he comes sort of his arm snaking along the length of my staff, I'm going to, as his head moves out of the way, sort of pivot it and drop it down so it catches into the shoulder guard of his toga and use that to sort of accentuate his force and movement so that he is thrown off balance and just kind of collides and bounces off of me instead of getting actual wraparound.
Nice. I like that.
Right, I'll give you 1 point stun.
Two successes.
Did you say 2?
2. I have no brawl, so...
Oh, jeez.
Okay, well, he's established 6 rounds of control.
Okay.
And he gets a free savage on you, which he's going to use to wither. So, as you sort of try to duck your head down into his toga, his body seems to resist you. It moves in strange ways, as your head comes in down near his pectoral, it almost seems to just push you back up where it needs to be. His body seems extremely sort of flexible and malleable in a way that you never have expected. Any part of him seems to be able to strike you with the force of a full punch. He sort of pushes you back up into his arm, wraps it down around you, slides his foot out around behind your leg to almost snake around it the same way that his hand snaked around your staff, and he just yanks you backwards, almost bending you in half. And that's 4 successes on his attack against your defense of 0, giving him 5 plus 4 is 9.
I have a
do you have any soak?
Yep, 6. Etzer wears a chain shirt.
On his withering attack, he has gained 5 successes. That drops you to 4, pushes him up to 10. Plus 1 for succeeding on a withering attack. Spent 1 round of control. Okay, Ash, your action.
Is it looking like he's been lethally threatened yet? Or would my keen senses tell me of the flow of battle?
He has been utterly overpowered in the first move, but he's not injured yet.
No. I'll wait till injury, I guess.
Okay. Doing nothing costs you 2 initiative, dropping it to 5. Round, everyone gain 5 motes.
Sweet.
No question. In a grapple, is my defense reduced to 0, or is it non-applicable?
When he savages you, it's effectively 0, rendered inapplicable, like a surprise, or ambush, should I say?
So that's a -2.
No, sorry, I meant ambush.
Okay.
The point is
but
that
only
I
against
can't use
savaging attacks. If anyone else attacks you, you take a -2 to your because you're in a grapple. But again, so does he take a -2 defense because he's grappling you.
Yeah, I wanted to see if I could use Dipping Swallow, but I cannot.
As he sort of snaked his, sort of wound his leg around yours, just dragged you down, almost bending you in half. You can feel your ribs are sort of threatening to pop from their places and crack and snap. And so there's a jolt of pain that runs up along your back as he seems to he's almost sort of springing you, so that when he lets go of his leg, the natural intention of your body to sort of straighten itself, to right itself, sort of creates its own momentum as he capitalizes on that and sort of just lets your body sort of fly up over his back and sort of just slam you down into the ground behind him. He's going to be doing a slam maneuver against you, which is another withering attack. And if you give me one moment, I need to look up a rule, except that my book isn't near me.
Are you looking up for the rule throw slam?
Yeah, throw slam.
The grappler ends the clinch prematurely, slamming the victim to the ground or surface within close range. This inflicts damage like savaging the opponent with the following difference. The attack's dice pool is increased by 2 dice per turn of control forfeited by ending the clinch prematurely if withering, or 1 die if decisive. The opponent is left prone by this maneuver. A throw slam maneuver can only benefit of a maximum up to strength turns of control forfeited.
Cool. So that's... Oh god, that's a lot. Alright, cool.
This is not going well,
Bam.
folks, for a first.
Well, it's one-on-one combat.
He has rolled 8 successes on his next... Sorry?
Well, I can say, and the diplomat went and picked a fight. So, so it'd be a little different if our Dawn was probably engaged.
He's rolled 6 successes on his attack against you, giving him 6 thresholds added to his strength of 5, and the 10 extra dice he gets for sacrificing 5 rounds of control is 21 dice minus your soak of 6. You said?
Yep.
Is 15 dice.
Such pain.
And he has rolled 8 successes, dropping you to -4, pushing him to 25 for the break bonus, ending the clinch and leaving you prone on the ground. Just the rack staff leaves this strong clatter on the ground as all the air is sort of knocked from Etz's lungs. This is just slammed bodily into the ground. Cheshire, it would be your action now.
So, Cheshire's gonna. Let's see. Cheshire turns to the other guards and says, "You see what's happening, don't you? This match is entirely one-sided. I get that it's a duel, but surely someone should stop this." This is a instill action. It's going to be a double instill. Infatuation toward me, because I sound really attractive. And it's going to be mercy toward the underdog.
Okay. Their resolves are 2. They have an intimacy that would go against the underdog. They are relatively privileged. So that brings their resolves to... So their base resolve is 2, but their resolve you'll be rolling against is 4.
Okay. I got 5 successes. Oh, and you said their resolve was 2. Sorry, I didn't add those 4. 1 sec. Okay, still 5 successes.
You can feel the emotions take hold in them. That presence of amber in your heart and your mind, sort of allowing you to see it take hold, and the hesitation. They're not going to act on this feeling right now, but the door is open for them to be pushed.
Okay. So that is both minor intimacies successfully instilled?
Correct.
Perfect.
Keeping track of your sorceress modes?
I haven't drained them, so
that's right, of course.
Yep, but they are on track. I have 3.
Ash.
I'm gonna, like, sort of... Am I still in, like, short range of Etza? I presume.
Correct.
Cool. Just gonna check on something. But I think I'm good. Give me a heads up if you try, if there's, like, a decisive attack made against him. But I'm
for this round, you're doing nothing?
I'm doing nothing, no.
Okay.
I don't want to metagame, but like do a social action or something so you don't bleed initiative. Like cheer him on, whether it's successful or not. You're not going to bleed initiative.
Yeah, I guess I could.
Chicanery says no.
Okay,
What does that mean?
it means I was metagaming.
Okay. That's cool. Yeah.
Okay, so if Ash is taking another action, that would be Etza next.
He's waiting. He has faith in Etza.
Etza, you're on the ground.
Yeah, laying prone at his feet.
You're crashed.
Yep, this is not a good place to be. I'm debating which is the best of dumb ideas right now. So that's all I have left. How big is this area that Cheshire has sort of warded off for us?
It's all short range.
You've got at least about 10 feet on each side, I'd say.
Oh, okay.
All right. As he's thrown to the ground and the wind has knocked out of him, Etzer taps into the power that flows through his veins, the power that has been passed down through his family for generations through their repeated intermarriage and breeding with the Cloud people of Palanquin. As the air explodes out of his lungs, he twists and taints it, uses the special knowledge and the sorceress information that he's gained from his distant kin. As it flows out, it thickens like a hot and cold front meeting, turning into thick, billowy fog that fills the area around Kasim. The air seems to smell with the dew of warm summer days and the sense of crisp, sparkling wine as he starts to nod off, his head growing heavy and his eyes drooping as the vapor clings to him and lulls him into sleep. While distracted, Etzer will also quickly try to roll away from him on the ground. But I am going to shape sorcery.
Oh, I will give you a 1 point stun for that.
I'm going to use some excellency and spend a point of willpower.
Yeah, I think go big or go home, folks. This gambit's got to work. Oh. Believe in you, Etzer. Don't let us down. And roll towards me so I'm in close range. Just saying. I've just read it, yeah.
Alright, that puts me to 9 sorcerer's motes. Which
Is that enough to shape? Or?
It's 1 shy. Normally it's 7, but if I'm crash, it increases it by 1. Or by 3. So, unless it's really windy out today.
Ooh.
You mean you could hang on? What's your sorcerer's ritual again? I actually forget.
If I get hit with weather-based damage, for every die in the attack of damage, I gain 5 motes. If there's a storm or like hail or heavy weather, I gain 2 motes or my essence every round. And if it's just kind of breezy, light rain, stuff like that, I just get my essence and motes for a scene.
Okay.
So if it's kind of breezy, I will get a mote and be able to throw off my spell, but that might be a stretch.
Very quickly, have we lost your video?
We have.
Let me fix that.
So close.
I feel a breeze. That's what I'm saying.
A storm is a coming.
All right. Well, that's end of round. Everyone gains 5 motes.
Oh, jeez. Have you rolled closer to us, by the way, Etzer? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I rolled away from him because this creates a area of poison that I'm not immune to, so I'm going to put a little distance between us.
Nice.
But I'm still prone.
Oh, if you need to move, you need to
Disengage.
roll to get up or disengage or something with the rim.
That's right.
You're
Yeah, so
prone.
I'm still laying at his feet.
Oh gosh.
If you take any of your own spells damage while you're crashed, you fall asleep.
And then I can brainwash myself into action. I don't think that's how it's supposed to work.
That would be hilarious. I am immune to pain because I'm asleep.
You will win this duel, Etzer. Jeez. I don't know, folks.
I'm pretty sure Kashim goes first.
Yeah, he does. Sorry. Kashim forms the knife edge with his hand
Oh god.
and then just points it down towards Etz's body.
Is that a decisive attack?
It will
He's
be.
holding it there.
Okay. I'm hoping that I can close that distance.
Do you have some way to reflexively move?
I'm hoping it is, but I think it's a lightning rush is not going to be.
No, the reflexive move charm is really deep in athletics.
Let's just have a look though. Otherwise, I could stump my way out of. Maybe, depending on how good the stun
So,
is.
as he goes to knife hand me, Etzer lets out a very undignified shriek, which turns more into a because he still hasn't fully regained his breath. And with the last possible second, he'll throw his hand out with his staff, pushing the blow away just enough that it will graze his cheek, leaving a very shallow but cinematic scar down his cheek as his fingers plunge into the cobblestone, making shards of stone rain up into the sky.
All I've got is supplemental, so I don't know whether that be applicable.
Supplemental what?
It can supplement like a feat of speed. For
I'll tell you what. Because you've been taking no actions, I'll consider it you've been like
Holding.
waiting to holding your action.
that was like my intention to like hold it in case I was needed for this exact moment, folks. So is that okay to do? Just to
Yeah. So you could take your action now. If you were to attack him, it wouldn't clash, but you could move into range.
I will move into
Right now, if you-
I will move into range. So I'll step out, casting the thing. Ash's smiling face comes, drawing out a dory for the like whole world to see. And as the blade comes his bladed hand comes crashing down, a dory moves over. I'm going to use defensive lion stance, I believe, and I'll be like, so, how's that spice doing for you? I hope things haven't been dull around here.
I'm just imagining that he wears red spice cologne.
It smells like curried fish.
Old Spice.
So I'll be doing that defense on him. Let's read out lion stance. Oh dear.
It lets you use a defend other action on me reflexively.
Yeah, so I'll be spending the 2 motes for that. Last a scene.
And I'm going to use Dipping Swallow and some Excellency, so I will have no penalties to my parry, and then I will bump my parry up to 7.
His hand descends lightning fast. Well, not lightning fast, but very, very quick. Okay, so Ash, if you're using War Lion stance to defend other,
Yeah,
his attack will be against your parry.
yeah.
If it defeats your parry, he can either choose to attack you with what he has left, or he can try to continue his attack on
Yeah.
Etzer with what he has left over.
I can use multiple reflexive charms, right?
Yes.
Yep. I'll be throwing a lot into this, unsurprisingly, folks. As it is a decisive attack. I will be dipping swallow defense as well.
You're not currently facing any penalties to your parry, so hang on, except that it increases your parry by 1, I think. If your
No, if
essence
he
is
successfully
something.
parries, it's a point of initiative.
That's the one.
Okay. And I think I'll be. You can't split from essence pools, can you? So I can't spend.
You're
No.
activating different
Only
charms.
if you completely empty one of them.
Okay.
So if you need to spend 5 motes and you only have 2 personal left, 2 can go from personal and the rest go into peripheral. That's the only time you can double dip like that.
Okay. So if I does each charm activation count as a separate? So could I use them if they were? Like,
If you're using them in the same instant,
yeah.
their costs are added together to determine your anima.
No.
Each individual charm can be used from personal or peripheral.
Okay, fantastic. So
Wait, no.
No. Okay.
What? If it's two different charms, you can't activate one from personal and one from peripheral?
I don't think so. I think it's all
No.
or nothing.
Okay, I said corrected.
Okay. In which case, I may want to go bonfire. Yeah, I think I've got to say that's 9. So you don't mind, Elk, if I just shove this around so I don't...
I don't mind. Do what you need to do.
Fantastic.
In the meantime, Church here, would you be preparing anything, just in case?
Yeah, I'm gonna continue trying to manipulate his guards, saying, you know his capability, and you see how quickly this has gone too far. Surely you understand that the difference in power is simply too great. We have to stop this. That's going to be a double instill. So boosting the underdog intimacy to major, using the intimacy toward me. You're a sucker for me, so help my friend.
Okay. Roll. Yep.
Melee specialities don't apply for adding to dice pool, do they? For like the amounts allowed to add to the dice pool, or
Nope.
do they? No.
Only
They don't increase your die cap, no.
No. Cool. That's good. That's what I thought. So that's 4. That's 7. 16 plus 8. Yeah. Okay. Whew. I've used a load of. I'm probably bum. Does it go up for each?
What's your total? What's your
Every
total
5.
move spent this instant?
I went from 24 down to 8, so that's I think 16.
Then you're iconic.
Yeah, I'm iconic, folks.
I am not glowing at all.
Just the golden fire erupting from around him, just as he flashes across the distance, interposing Adare between Etzer and Kashim. What's your final parry after all this?
8, 16. Sorry, sorry, dude, my brain's sort of 8, 16. I'm rolling 17 dice. Oh no, it's not. It's parry. Shoot. No, that's something different, isn't it? Okay. In which case, it would be 8. And how much for an excellency adds to the...
Every 2 motes increases it by 1.
Okay, so I'm adding effectively 8, so that's another 4 plus my melee balance. Should give me a parry. And rounded down, so... Sorry, yeah, dude.
It's alright.
That's 5 plus... So that's a parry of 9. I think I've managed to make it up to the maximum.
Okay. This
do I have any
will be
stuns?
successful.
Oh wow, good. I was going to say this is stunt
His
dice.
hand sort of just comes down, and Adare sort of just interposed into the way, and his hand sort of just claps against Adare that just sings out in this glorious ring of battle as he sort of just recoils his hand. He's not actually injured, but he's just sort of struck Orichalcum with his bare hand. Bam!
So as that
Recoils
happens,
backwards.
a flurry of paper origami poems folded in different things will rush up around me, poems rising to the surface of protecting friends and comrades in arms will like reveal and show glimmer before folding back in into like shields and swords. I guess I get an initiative tick. So what's that put me at? You said I was.
So you successfully parried, so you gain 1 initiative from that.
Yeah.
He's lost some initiative because he's failed a decisive.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be. Oh, hang on, Cheshire, did you roll already?
Yeah, 11.
11. Okay, they're not going to be spending any willpower, so that has increased their intimacy of worry about the underdog to major.
Okay. Could I have used the minor underdog one to boost my own intimacy?
Yes.
Okay, then both of the intimacies are now major.
Done.
Thank you.
Ash. Addery sings in your hand so... Up until this moment, she has been used for nothing but betrayal. Since you took her up in your hands, you've had her stowed away. In this act of friendship and loyalty, she reverberates with glee and joy. The bond between you finally solidifying as you feel her love fall upon your shoulders.
Won the heart of a sword, folks. It's been worth it.
And that's where we'll end our session for today.
Yeah. Jeez, folks. That was
Okay. May I ask about the ruling for activating multiple charms? Or do you want me to wait for after stream?
No, you can ask now. So, as I understood, any charms activated in an need to draw from one pool or another.
Correct. So I'm on page 174. Top first paragraph on the right column. When you activate a charm or other power, you may spend from either pool, but you can only split the cost between them if you don't have enough emotes in your chosen pool to pay the full cost. So the way I read that is each individual charm, when it's activated, its full cost can be paid from either pool, not the combination of charms, if that makes sense.
yeah. That's how I interpret it now. But
I have never run it that way. I'll have to think on that one, because that's dramatically different to the way I'm used to running.
Okay.
I might find some forum support, will I? I think
yeah,
I've actually asked that question on the forum before. I never got an answer. But I'll see.
definitely one working.
Thank you.
So
Jeez.
I think Esther may have bit off a little more than he can chew here.
Yeah, dude. And like, I'm glad that Elk allowed me to do that action to NC. That was pretty much what I was planning to do from the start. Things got hairy,
Well,
so that's really good.
It's important to remember, every fight you basically get one walk away from death card that you get to play, assuming you are willing to mutilate your character.
Yeah.
That walk away from death card is once per
That's one
story.
for the story.
Once per star. Well, the point is, I try not to do it that often. You have only so many appendages that you can lose. I mean, we have some sorcerers with us, so
Jeez, guys.
I'm just saying, if you lose an arm, you can get a really cool new one. But we shouldn't go around in the habit of treating combats like leprosy.
Yeah, definitely not.
At the same time, that's pretty much what my character's designed to do, to like interpose in the way of attacks and save his foolish circle mates from getting killed.
Yeah, certainly. Like, go captain, because you can jump into the fray like that in parry. Cheshire cannot.
No.
Cheshire dodges things. Dodge is a selfish thing.
At first, I'm like, man, I feel a little bad that, it's our first fight and the Dawn doesn't get to participate, but I have this. And like 20 seconds later, I'm like, I don't have this. I need the Dawn. I need an adult.
Don't worry, dude. I was there. I was always there, Wait until you've bitten off more than you can chew. Battle of the Nexus saying that a 17 initiative can reliably do 7 health levels. So I think it was a right decision for me to interpose there.
I was kind of banking on winning that joint battle roll.
That
would really change the tempo of the fight, because then I could have used my evocation.
Did you go all out with those rolls? Did you use full excellencies and stuff? Or?
That one I did, yeah.
Yeah.
He rolled like a tiny god.
See, Cheshire. Well, what I'm was planning is influence the guards to interrupt the fight first, so that they break the rules first, and it's not on us. But it's a little late for that.
It's not like I made an eclipse oath on this. The worst thing I did is I broke a word to someone I hate and whose laws and customs I don't respect.
It's okay. I do have the first charm of Silver Voice Nightingale dance version. So next session, you might see some interesting interactions with my other performance charms.
So that was I was not expecting it to break out in action so hard. At the end there, ended up running a little bit longer than I was intending, but that was still fun.
It was. I don't know.
I had a good time, and all I did was watch and say things.
God, that was tense, folks. That could have been a really badly messed up Etza. We had.
I wish you had the second charm in Silver Voice Nightingale, because that would have turned that fight.
But then that would have counted as interference.
Whatever.
And this is what I like about Exalted 3rd Edition combat. There was a real sense of like danger and fear there, without me ever having to actually injure anybody, which is good.
I like it because based on how things are balanced out.
Thanks, Pat.
Non-exalted foes can actually still be challenging and scary. If this was 2nd edition, I'd be like, oh, you don't glow when you spend motes? I'm going to turn you into paste across the landscape now.
At least while we're low essence. I can't wait to get to the part where we can take on armies.
You can take on armies now.
Yeah, battle groups.
And win.
Oh, right, if you want to win.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not the most combat-orientated Dawn out there. I'm very, very defensive for a Dawn. So I feel like that may be hurting us, but we've got a lot of social...
No, nothing like that.
God.
Congratulations. Combat, something that a majority social circle so far is not greatly prepared for. Go figure. Things went south.
I kind of figured it might go this way, because I'm like, well, I can look at a character sheet and know that he has 4 combat charms, including Oxbody, and one of them requires him to win joint battle. So I'm like, this is gonna be dicey. But to Etzer, he's like, I got this. Hold my beer.
Dicey.
I'm gonna be right back.
I'm surprised I got such a high joint battle roll. I'm like talking over here. Why am I so up in there?
But yes, a quick shout out to our viewers. We've got quite a few. I just wanted to say hi for everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
Hey, thanks for joining us.
If you are new, let us know. If you want to catch up with, as Plucky has said in the chat, we've got things up on YouTube. Plucky's working on doing high def recordings when we do this. So,
oh
copies are
gosh!
pretty cool.
Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Record this session in high def. So it's only the Twitch stream. Oh, sorry, folks. I was pretty tired this morning. Yeah, I had very little sleep. Sorry, folks. Can you, like, let's remind Plucky when we do it. Second ref crew, just to make sure I've started recording, because I will forget. Especially if I'm, like, knackered. Yeah, we were inspired by Exalted Twitch.
Hero.
Exalted Twitch. Yeah, I'll get the YouTube link for you for the playlists. Give me a second. He shakes a plucky tail. Yeah, we were inspired by Exalted Twitch to do this. Like, because I was really obsessed with it. Managed to catch up in like 4 weeks, the whole series from scratch. Really enjoyed it. Really wanted to be part of it. And then I heard they were sort of going to go to Changeling, so I wanted to still have some Exalted content out there. So I gathered this awesome team of Second Breath crew, and we started streaming it.
Yes, this will be our usual time. We're trying to work out the best time to stream, not just for us to play, but also for people to view live, because having some chat interaction is always really good. Have a bit of a... If we get a following, that'd be nice, but it's just nice to see people and interact with them while we're sort of chatting and playing.
Definitely.
It was...
Look, so yeah, I think that's got all the... I'm going to have to go back and rename the episodes, because I forgot to rename episode 4, its title, which I think is... I think I've got an episode 5, I'll be able to make up a title, so sorry folks. Yeah, that's exactly the same situation as us, about how like, a Kickstarter 3rd edition forgot about it, and then this is the first 3rd edition game I've been involved with. So I'm really excited. I think the Anathemas have arrived though, like... That's a big flare up. Fortunately, the city's mostly empty, so...
What, the killer there, by the way, just as a peek behind the curtain, he'd been rolling insanely good for most of the beginning of that combat. Yeah. And that last attack, it's 2.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
But with 20 initiative, like, plus, I couldn't take a risk of not parrying it, I think. So I think it was worth burning a load into it.
Definitely not. If that had landed, that bye-bye culture shock.
Yeah. Or at least heavily
Reroll
injured.
character.
Gosh.
Well, he could have always taken the injury.
Yeah.
Okay, so average successes on 21 dice, if it was normal. 10 and a half, roughly 11. And he has 1 ox body, so that's 9 health levels. Okay, he could have soaked a good portion of it.
Yeah. Oh,
Even
so he's got 7 plus 1 ox body is 10.
Oh, he must have a higher stamina than me.
Yeah,
No, it always gives you 3 health levels. It just changes what types of levels they give you.
But in-cap basically is kind of not really a health level box, is it? So if you hit in-capped and it's not bashing, you're gonzo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've got 12 health levels, folks.
I unfortunately missed the Kickstarter. Well, I didn't miss the Kickstarter. I came in at the right to see the Kickstarter for 3rd edition, and I was really pumped for it. But I just happened to be exceedingly poor at the time, so I wasn't able to offer even a single dollar to kickstarting it, which made me very, very sad.
Okay, ox body at stamina 1 and 2 is only 2 health levels. Ox body 3, 4, 5 is 3 health levels.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Stamina 1 and 2 is 1 minus 1 and 1 minus 2 health level.
Duly noted.
So, I mean, how are we feeling going forward? Like, we got to finish this combat. I don't know how it's going to be resolved. If I'm actually, I mean, geez, is Culture Shock going to finish, or Rex are going to finish his spell? And like, take control of Kazim and declare him the winner.
He has so much initiative that I don't think the spell will crash him.
No,
But
he
it
won't.
will give him a consistent -3 to all of his rolls and his DB, and that's when we sack beat him.
Dude, his initiative resets. He did a decisive attack that failed.
It
If he
only
succeeds,
resets
it's a
if you succeed.
decisive attack.
He lost 3 initiative, so he's down
Oh,
to
okay.
21, 22.
Jeez.
He's on
Really?
22.
Jeez.
What initiative did Cheshire leave off at? Because I know I was
10.
bleeding.
How much am
So
I
you're
at?
doing- So, like, you were doing social actions to participate in the combat. What I was going to chicanery know was the thought of standing on the thing and just sort of shouting encouragement at somebody to try to avoid the initiative lead.
Okay.
But you were actually actively participating in the scene, so that wasn't a problem.
Got it.
Ilk, do I have 1 or 2 more rounds of being crashed before I reset?
After he crashed you. So this is the first round of you being crashed. So after Ash takes his action, you'll have 2 more rounds after that. Unless you wither him, of course.
A man can dream.
Hey, if you get the spell off and you crash him, then like initiative shift and stuff, right?
Yeah, but if I crash him with that spell, he's comatose for a day. So, I mean,
Comatose zombie
like
for a
extra
day.
That's a presence charm called. It's not encouraging shout, but it's something to that effect. And it's cool. It's a presence one. It's good for. It would be good for Cheshire if he picked it up.
Yeah, empowering shout, I think, is what it's
Empowering shout. That's the one.
Yeah, we need
Yeah, I have a good bit of performance, and presence is going to be my essence 2. Real dig in as far as solar or normal XP goes, and then essence 3 is where I'm going to pick up some survival stuff and start branching out. But 1 is pretty much devoted to either performance or dodge.
Did you have empowering shout, Cheshire? By the way.
No.
No. That like
No.
that. I can't believe you're 1 sorceress moat short. I still swear it's a breezy day. I'm like sticking to the breezy day story. I'm a salty sea dog, so I should know.
Yeah, empowering shout's essence 2. I wouldn't be able to get it.
P. Gosh, I'm really like apprehensive about what's going to happen next session. Damn you, Etza, and you're like dragging us into like pride before a fall, my friend.
hey, if you didn't want to get drugged into a bunch of shenanigans with crazy people you just randomly meet, you shouldn't have exalted, sir.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, who am I kidding? It's like adventure, like plucky heroes, like. But that's just like, yeah, it's cool. I get to make some spice rack comments while I'm defending my friends. This is the life in the stiff breeze that is the sea. No, I'm joking. Oh dear. I like craft. I'm like really loving. I mean, I don't know if you were here earlier, back to out of Nexus, but I craft a lot with my Dawn, like ridiculously throughout this this chronicle. I think it's like well done as well. I'm really enjoying how my interaction with the craft system has been so far.
I can't wait, as a off-topic other note, I can't wait to figure out the other powers that the chalice has outside of just infinite sipping drink.
Assuming it has any other powers.
Yeah,
Yeah, and assuming what I can turn into a drink.
yeah.
Because if I can turn certain things into drinks and it just makes an infinite supply of them, that's going to make Cheshire extremely happy.
I mean,
How is your craft experience looking, Ash?
yeah. Like my craft experience, folks. Session 6 is at 18 gold point craft points and 38 silver points, which I think is pretty respectable, right? It's not bad.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
Bad Adam Nexus. This is one of those conversations that's quite contentious in the Exalted community, as I understand. I'm one of the people who've never really had any problems with craft running exactly as it is, and so I'm quite happy to run it absolutely by default. It hasn't caused any problems with Captain Ash either. He seems to be interacting with it quite well, so I'm unlikely to make any changes there.
Yeah, I mean, I've only dipped in for 2 charms at the moment. I've got Craftsman Needs No Tools and Shattering Grasp, I believe. And I've got Carpentry 5, 1 dot in Cooking.
So I have a player in my game who's a craft supernal, and the game he runs has a craft supernal in it. And he's like some sort of systems architect at Amazon. So he made some very elaborate flowchart spreadsheet where it basically shows the minimum number of charms from which craft tier you need to reliably make artifacts of a certain level. And it actually only requires 5 or 6 charms investments to reliably just churn out artifact 3s without failing. Usually the biggest problem we found is getting your hands on enough magical material.
Yeah. I don't find it particularly difficult, especially if the player who's doing the craft is willing to invest the time to make their character not just sort of try to solve all of their problems by crafting, but to find those moments to enhance the scene with a little bit of crafts. Like, for example, so one of the things that Ash likes to do is sort of whip up drinks and food for people. He's got this sort of box of stuff, like spices and things that he carries around with him, so he can sort of just whip up little snacks and things as the scene may be. He likes taking care of Addery. He likes, taking
care of Addery.
He likes pretty much every scene we've been in. He sounds something in the scene, and it hasn't. I don't feel that it's terribly shoehorned in. It's just the way he is, and so that works particularly well, especially with the craft system, the way that it's been designed.
Okay, we could have a charm problem, folks. We might have to do Plucky's reading may have yet again struck. Good old dyslexia. So look at her. Pretty sure it only had 1 requirement of sharing. Oh god. Yeah. No, it's Craftsman Needs No Tools. It's only 1 requirement. Have I misread what the Craftsman Needs No Tools? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. No, that's fine. Unless it's been errated.
I've never actually played, an Exalted character ever, actually, but
Nice.
I haven't sort of been terribly hands-on with any of the players that I've had who have run crafting characters. They've managed most of it themselves as far as their charm choices go. I do know that a lot of people get a lot of use out of, say, for example, Craftsman Needs No Tools, mostly because it speeds up major projects to be able to be done relatively instantly, which is always fun. But, meh.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can. It's the flexibility I like about crafting. It's a bit like Magic and D&D, right? You're like, oh, I can come up with solution X, and if it's made out of wood, I can probably come up with it, as long as it's relatively small scale, and that's pretty awesome. Plus, I can do fluff things and stuff, like just making drinks for people and making feasts and a bit of making toys for children to keep their keep up morale and stuff. Just simple things that add a little bit of flesh out the character, I think, and that's pretty cool. And it allows me to still do something in the scene without taking the spotlight on me. So I can say, oh well, X is doing this, I can be doing something else, and I find it helps you be in the scene without taking the spotlight, which is really important. Yeah.
So, as far as experience and stuff goes with this game, I'm just giving them the flat experience of 5 per session. Plus, I'm giving them 2 solar experience. I found that 4 per session in a mode like this probably is a bit too much all at once. And I'm not doing the role experience or the expression bonus. I'm just going to give it because everyone's playing pretty well. You'd get the expression anyway most of the time. So where are we at experience-wise? This is the 6th episode, so that would be
30 regular and 12 solar.
That's 3 whole charms. I'm not playing with training times on this unless you're using abilities to teach somebody something. So the players can pick up charms, things between sessions pretty easily without a problem, unless I explicitly say otherwise. But so far I haven't put that restriction in.
I think for like in-cast sort of things, they're relatively short anyway, so I think it's like relatively feasible with our like sort of times that we get it in. But I think if it makes narrative sense, me as a GM, I always think that that's better than like being overly restrictive, because you will want the story to move forward and you will want to have a good time, right? It's
So yeah, found something in athletics that I like, so I'm gonna actually get a dot of athletics.
Wow. So does anyone else have any questions or concerns or anything before we sign off? Shout out to chat as well.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, chat. It's been great. We've seen some new faces, some familiar faces. Fake went. Good to see you again. Bad Out of Nexus, welcome to the Second Breath story. I hope you enjoy catching up on the YouTube if you check out the videos. They're also hanging around on Twitch as well, so feel free to watch it here. I'm sorry I forgot to record this. Really feeling a bit sheepish about that, but I'm pretty knackered. I've been the plucky hero. It's bye from me. Do you want to sound off, folks?
This is Zix as Cheshire. I hope you have a wonderful evening, and thank you to the absolutely wonderful Alkavash for GMing.
And this is Culture Shocks, and good night. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for watching, folks. Bye.
This is Helkavash, storyteller. Good night, everyone.
Don't worry about that guy. He's trying to talk all the time. He takes most of the talking dialogues. I mean, what's up with that? Anyway.
Likes the sound of his own voice.
Yeah, go on. Tries to play all the characters. Muscle in on territory. No. From a very tired, plucky hero, if you can't tell. Night-night, folks. Or wherever it is, morning, day, afternoon. Bye.